For coming tonight to our Township Board meeting of November 11th. If we could start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So for public comment tonight, we have quite a few public comments. The original one up front will be for general comments. So anybody can come up, just tell us your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. We also have 3 or 4. We also have 4 public hearings later. So if you wanted to realize that there is a public hearing for each one of those, there'll be a public comment specifically only to those items. So if you did want to wait and have that there, it'll be read into the record then later with that. So if you have general comments, though, feel free to come on up and just introduce yourself. Would anybody like to speak?
Good evening. My name is Mark Antocli. I reside at 1550 Georgetown Drive. Wanted to first thank the volunteers that worked during the elections. It's tough to fill out those roles, a lot of people, and it's glad we had a nice election process go through town. Also wanted to thank everyone who voted for me on the ballot. I appreciate that. It was a tight race between 3rd and 5th spot that's separated by 252 votes, so your votes count. And I think it's important that the residents realize how important voting is in our township. When I was running on water and sewer rates, and there are a couple items impacting water and sewer rates on the schedule. Let's start with the treasurer report, the budget, and the audit. So what you'll notice on the treasurer report is in March 31, there was over 90 million in assets and generated a lot of money for the township, which was fantastic. But when you go back and look at the audit, where was the money? And did that include the 20 million in water and sewer funds? And when we look at the water and sewer revenues, it only includes $6,000 of investment income. Those of us who have bank accounts, savings accounts, we're making 4% plus. Water and sewer rates the water and sewer expenses fluctuate throughout the year, but I would still expect to see at least $500,000 for cash in the bank, maybe $600,000 depending on the cash flows. And I think that's a good way to get, with that additional revenues, it'll help lower rates because of the expenses that don't need to be covered from the water and sewer rates. So hopefully some of that will be discussed, if not now, at least in March and April when those items are back on the agenda and I'm officially on the board. Thank you for your time.
Would anyone else like to come on up?
Good evening. My name is Edward Toma. I am a resident of Bloomfield Township. Aside from being a resident of Bloomfield Township, I happen to be a hearing commissioner for the state's Liquor Control Commission. I know that you have something on the agenda later on today regarding a liquor-related matter for a gas station. Just wanted to come by tonight, introduce myself. If I can be of any assistance in the future with any alcohol-related matter, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'd be more than happy to help. It's what we're here for. I'm not here in my official capacity. I'm here as a resident, but I have a lot of information regarding historical information regarding gas stations and liquor licenses. So I did some research, and this year to date, there have been 1,314 violations for a variety of different matters. On premises was 735, off premises was 511, and gas stations with STDs was 72. I'm not going to go in because obviously I have 1 minute and 56 seconds. I'm not going to go into too many numbers, but it looks as though that of the gas stations that have had violations, 95.4 did not statewide. 95.4 gas stations with an alcohol sales license, SDM or SDD, did not have a violation. The ones that did, of the 72, only 27 were sale to minor. 30 of them were random non-sufficient fund checks, and 15 were a bunch of miscellaneous violations. I have talked to many police chiefs, many police departments. Gas stations do not pose a threat, criminal or safety risk to a community. As a resident of Bloomfield Township, having 5 kids and having my wife be a teacher in this school district, I take safety. It's the highest, it's of high importance to me, and not just the safety of the community, but economic growth. I would hate to see an established business here in the township not do well and potentially close down and leave a vacant and abandoned building because possibly not willing to have an open mind and give them an opportunity to enhance their business. If places like pharmacies, CVS, Walgreens, Rite Aid, if they can have a liquor license where their primary focus of opening is to allow for, medication to be dispensed to the community, I think that a gas station enhancing their business is something that's needed. Keep in mind that gas stations operate under a very strict guideline. I mean, they have a lot of different rules that your average off-premises licensee does not have to deal with, whether it be a distance requirement or an inventory requirement. The Barbat family has over 14 gas stations, 14 businesses throughout Southeast Michigan. I have licensed several of them, and I apologize, I know my time is up, but they are great owner-operators, and we can continue to have this discussion at any point in time. But I think that they are what's needed in this community because they are safe and efficient owner-operators that will make sure that their liquor license is protected as well as the safety of the community is protected. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer and help out in any way I can.
Thank you.
Sorry, I know I'm out of time.
That's all right. And there is a public hearing on this item as well in the future.
Yes,
So.
But I got 5 kids I got to get to bed unless you want to trade.
Would anyone else like to come up for public comment?
Hi, I'm Hadil. I'm a Muslim American and I grew up in Bloomfield Hills. I attended both BHMS and BHHS. I am here because I do not feel safe in the community that I grew up in. In middle school, during BHMS, around 13 years old, we started to use Snapchat. We would post pictures of our coffee, of our classes, live, directly from our phones. And it was always taken as truth. It was authentic photos live from our phones. Now, when I open Snapchat, I see live stories of children that were my age, the age that I was at BHMS, middle schoolers, with their limbs torn off by American bombs or with a single bullet to the head from a sniper. So now the authenticity of these Snapchats are suddenly being questioned. And I'm honestly kind of scared about why live evidence that is in the same platform that I used when I was a middle schooler is now no longer live evidence. So why is the authenticity of this live streamed evidence being questioned? The public comments on the October 14th meeting can explain this. There is a clear misunderstanding of American Muslims, our faith, and our history that is spread deeply into the Bloomfield Township community. There was a lot of hate speech that was allowed at that meeting. Our community was literally called terrorists and common enemies right into the mic, and the Board of Trustees did not do anything to silence that person or to call the lack of decorum that those comments carried. How am I supposed to feel safe in my community after such an incident? When I am being called a terrorist and I am being called an enemy in the place that I grew up in. I feel that the people whose children I went to school with could watch a live Snapchat story of me as a middle schooler being butchered with their taxes. And instead of sympathizing with me as a child, they would question if it were real. And this comes from a deep dehumanization of Muslims here in Bloomfield Hills and Bloomfield Township. So I urge you to allocate funding for an anti-Islamophobia committee. I need to feel safe in my home. I need to not feel dehumanized. And for that to happen, this community must be educated on Muslims, Arabs, and our history from elementary school up into adulthood. We absolutely need to have education. So please, I really urge you to delegate the funds to educate our community and make me feel safe, as well as the rest of our Muslim community and Arab community here, by working with our Islamic congregations to form an anti-Islamophobia committee. Thank you.
Anyone else like to come up? Come on.
Hi, good evening. Hope all of you guys are well. My name is Dalia Muhammad. I live on 4563 Chelsea Lane. I've been a Bloomfield resident for quite some time. I'm also an attorney. I'm an active member of the community. I've always loved Bloomfield and everything that it stood for, my neighbors, the community, even going to Trader Joe's and just having conversation with the cashiers. And I was very floored, shocked, hurt, and devastated from last meeting, to be honest, because I felt there was a lot of animosity in the room. There was a lot of resentment in the room. There was a lot of hatred in the room, and most of it was directed toward Muslims. And as a proud Muslim American, I was floored, because I was expecting the board to do more, to say more, to maybe hush the audience when there was one woman specifically who called us terrorists outright, right there, and there was no condemnation. And in fact, when there were words that were against Muslims, there were some cheers, and there was no quieting of that at all. So the reason why I'm here today is to ask the board to really look deeply at what is happening in this community. We have tons of Muslims and tons of educated, active, beneficial Muslims in this community that are doctors, that are lawyers, that are teachers. My children are in the district. We don't feel safe, and we are scared of what enveloped last time. And whether it's delegating funds to an Islamophobia committee where we can educate and we can support, whether it is just having conversations, maybe we can meet and we can build bridges, we can become partners, so on and so forth, but it does definitely need to end. And I hope and I pray that this board can be an absolutely important part of that movement. And as far as our community goes, it's very, very diverse, and we should celebrate the diversity, if anything, instead of the divisions between us. And so I thank you for the time that you've given us. I thank you for the positions that you guys play and the roles that you guys have. And I'm really looking forward to seeing more of that support for our community. Thank you so much.
Anyone else like to come up? Okay.
Hello everyone, good evening. My name is Lotfi Jandali. I live at 2795 Corville Drive. I'm not good with the mic, I'm not good with this. This is very awkward to me. I was born and raised in a country with a dictatorship. I couldn't speak my mind. We couldn't criticize the government, otherwise we'll be like detained, kidnapped, tortured, killed, and it's happening right now in Syria. In 2014, I was lucky enough to immigrate here. My wife was pregnant. We thought, okay, this is the best thing that is gonna happen to us, to immigrate to this country where freedom of speech is, you can be whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. I've been living in Bloomfield Hills for 5 years now. God is good. Last meeting, I don't know what to say. I mean, I've never met Stephanie. I don't know her, okay? Maybe I agree, maybe I don't agree with her statement, but the environment in the room, I honestly never seen something like that before, okay? I came at like 7. I was standing outside in the cold with many other people. There were like some verbal harassment from other groups towards us, okay? Police was there, they didn't do anything. I left, then at 10:30, I opened up the link, the meeting was still going on with the public comments and everything. What I'm trying to say is I have 2 little kids now at school, at Way Elementary. I don't know if I feel safe for them. I don't feel safe for myself now. I don't know if I feel safe for them. You guys, our elected officials, it's your job to make us feel safe. I hope that I see you sometimes, in the near future, as she said, build bridges with us. Just come to our mosque, come talk to us. See our culture. See how humans we are. Thank you for that.
Else like to come speak? There you go.
Good evening. I'm Neelafar Anwar, a resident of Bloomfield Hills. Needless to say, I'm a Muslim American. My scarf speaks for myself. I'm an active member of the community, and through the Interfaith platform, I have visited the beautiful churches and synagogues in Bloomfield Hills. I'm also one of the many individuals who watched the live stream of the last BOD meeting from home. Like many other Arabs, non-Arabs, Muslims, and non-Muslim residents, I felt the hate and Islamophobia present in this hall. Even from the safety of our homes, we felt threatened by the hateful Islamophobic comments made by some of the attendees here in this hall. What made the situation even more unsettling was the silence of the trustees. None of them made an effort, none of you made an effort to address or condemn those hateful remarks, leaving us feeling even more unsafe. As your constituents and voters, we expect the trustees to represent all of us residents equally and address the comments that are targeted towards a specific community. Quote, "We Jewish people never called Muslims scum, never called them names. Terrorists, yes, they are terrorists. They are common enemies." End quote. This is a hateful, racist, and threatening comment towards the Muslim American residents of Bloomfield Hills and all Muslim Americans. We are feeling unsafe, unprotected, and threatened. The trustees who gave warning for other people's behavior at this meeting did not flinch at this comment. We asked the trustees to set aside a fund for a committee that addresses Islamophobia. We also asked the trustees to develop an understanding, put an effort to understanding your Arab, non-Arab, and Muslim residents. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak?
Good evening, everybody. I'm like him. I don't like to come up. I don't like to speak about these things. However, I'm coming up for, a number of reasons. And I've been in the district for 15 years. I've been a resident here. I love my neighbors. I love the Bloomfield, city. We love the district. I serve the BYA committee. We try to serve as much as we can. That's just the type of people we are. I'm coming here really to speak about the kids and how they felt after the October 14th meeting. They just feel really unsafe going to school, hearing some of our neighbors saying some really discriminatory things towards Muslims. And as a Muslim American, I've always asked my kids to never see beyond color, race, religion. We try to, we take care of our Jewish neighbor who passed away. We brought her cookies. We went to her funeral. And this is something that we teach, you know, and I know you guys stand for the same thing too. The disappointment was when all we were met was with crickets while they were bringing our names down. And I know that not only myself, there's a lot of Muslim Americans that serve Bloomfield Hills, and we are committed, and we're very proud to do it. And we ask the board to help, you know, help us into still feeling safe and still feeling a part of this city. For example, like a week after the meeting on October 14th, BHHS had a lockdown. And on the Bloomfield police page, you know, there were commentary about, you know, it must be those Muslim terrorists that are doing this. You know, that's why there was a lockdown. It must be some kid, you know, that was a Muslim doing this. And that left a really bad taste in our mouth. You know, I don't want my kid to feel that he's going to school, she's going to school, and being, you know, discriminated against just because of their religion. That's not what Bloomfield stands for. I really do hope you take our proposal to create a committee, maybe to, you know, go ahead and discover what Islam really is, and, you know, maybe anti-Islamophobic committee, and, you know, and be treated, we feel like we need to be treated equally at this point here in America, you know, in Bloomfield Hills, where we have really educated and diverse board members and people around us. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Sumaya. I'm a resident here, and I graduated from Bloomfield Hills High School. So I attended the previous BOT meeting on October 14 as well, and a lot of the language I was hearing, you know, from the audience was just a reminder of what I experienced at BH, to be honest. For defending my people as a Muslim American, I was removed from my classes and told not to return by Bloomfield Township Police. On October 14, a woman who's not a BH resident was able to say Muslims are terrorists and common enemies. And hearing this Islamophobia is not new to me. I always grew up loving who I was, but, you know, it's just a constant thing you have to live with, just casual racism. And it was just a reflection of what my own city is fine with having. It was inappropriate, I feel like, for the board not to at least address or shut down the lady that said that, because this is just racism. And I hope the board is doing something now to address this strong language, because it doesn't belong in a respectful township. Thank you.
Anyone else like to come up and speak? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. So next we'll come to the board minutes of October 28th, 2024. Unless there's any changes, I look for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by trustee Kalinsky.
Support.
Support by trustee Barnett. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That does pass. And next, we have a visitor from North Carolina here tonight. We have Dr. Russell Campbell. MAG is the group that we picked to do the compensation and benefit study. And through hurricanes and everything else, he has completed this for us so that we could have it for sure at this last board meeting here so that we could close it out. Before Dr. Campbell gets started, I want to thank the committee that was part of this. We had trustee Kalinsky, myself, Elizabeth Parrott, Darren, I don't know if Darren Kratz is out there, or Katie Fatherby. There she is. But thank you all for your time on selecting MAG. That in itself was, we got a lot of people who reached out. And thank you especially to Elizabeth for all of her work, because this mostly fell on Elizabeth to keep up with all of the documentation. So I wanted to say thank you before the illustrious Dr. Campbell starts.
You're too kind. Good evening. As Dani said, I'm Dr. Russell Campbell, Senior Vice President with Management Advisory Group. I was the primary consultant in charge of developing the findings and recommendations to implement a new compensation and classification study for the township. What I'd like to do tonight is give you an overview of the process, the methodology, the listing of the peer organizations that we collected data and compared you to, as well as talk a little bit about some of the additional findings and recommendations that came about as it relates to the study. One of the things I want to start out by saying, if you didn't understand this, I want to make sure it is clear. This process, no matter what company, whether it's Management Advisory Group or any other company in this business, this process is about trying to determine the value of jobs, not the value of people. The value of people should be assessed through some type of annual performance review where you can note exemplary performance of those who've gone beyond and above what expectations are. So from our standpoint, and any consultant that designs compensation systems is looking at the value of the positions. Doesn't matter who holds the position or sits in the seat. It has a value. Labor is a commodity driven by the same principles of earnest use or gasoline. What that employee is willing to pay for your expertise and skill is derived in the form of a salary. I'd say for the probably past 3 years, compensation has been steadily climbing throughout the country, which has been a good thing. Unfortunately, that also comes with inflation. As demand for goods and services exceeds supply, you ultimately wind up with some degree of inflation. So getting started, just briefly, our company has been in business for about 25 years. We've worked in 40 of the 50 states. We specialize in working for governmental entities, cities, counties, townships, school districts, public safety entities, and utility type entities around the country. Here in the state of Michigan, we've done work for the city of Southfield, city of Dearborn, Oakland County, and Washtenaw County. All those studies were previously completed and implemented. As a firm, we've probably done about 600 studies since our inception. I personally have done about 300 plus of these type studies around the country. I want to briefly talk about what the study was designed to address and also talk about what the study was not intended to address as it relates to this particular project. In order to do this, you have to have some type of tool to dissect what the individual employees are doing in the different positions that exist within the organization. And so we used the existing position descriptions that were maintained by the Human Resources Office or Elizabeth Parrott's office to document duties, responsibilities, and qualifications for the individual positions. And when you do this type of work, it really requires two distinct processes, but ultimately they come together to yield a result. So the first prospect or first item that must be addressed is to grade the jobs based on some type of criteria. And I'm going to show you the criteria we use to rank the positions within the organization, and that's known as internal equity. Before you go developing a comp and class study, and before you look outside in the external market, you've got to rank the positions within the organization under study to define what should be the appropriate level of compensation for each and every job within the organization. Not every job is going to be paid on the same level or same salary range, because some jobs have greater responsibility, more complex duties, greater requirements in terms of education, licensure, and certification than others. So the first step is to grade the positions. Second step is to externally come up with a list of peer organizations that are local and or regional that reflect in terms of organizational structure similarities with the community that we're doing the study for. Also, workforce size, community population is one criteria we look at. We also look at income levels of the community. And so I came up with a list of about 16 or 17 different organizations, including the private sector, that I submitted to the committee for review. The committee reviewed it. They shared their feedback. I was then asked to meet with the department heads individually and share with them our initial thoughts. Of course, many department heads had their own opinions with respect to what peer organizations should be used. And so I accepted input and commentary from probably close to 15 to 20 people. And then I finalized the list based on the presence of common organizations that were raised by the different people I met with. And then we crafted a survey and we sent it out to those other communities, collecting information on their pay structures for the jobs that they had that exist within Bloomfield Township. We do not collect individual employee salaries of incumbents who may have the same or similar title that you have here. You cannot build a statistically valid compensation structure based on actual salaries, because that would be derived in terms of their actual salaries based on how long they've been with the organization, in the position, what their education experience was relative to the requirements or the minimum requirements that were posted, as well as what type of policies and procedures the different organizations have with respect to managing compensation for the employees. So the one defensible item that we can hang our hat on is to capture information on the value of the position within that organization. And that's what we use as part of the model. So we got two sets of data at this point. We've got the internal quantitative point score, looking at the relationship between our criteria and the duties and qualifications of each position. Then we have the market average annual salary derived from the pay structures of these other organizations. And then we use that to create the new value for the different positions using a statistical technique known as linear regression, and I'll get more into that as I go through the presentation. The fourth bullet there talks about an implementation option that was affordable. We looked at multiple ways to implement the study. We came into this, as we always do, somewhat blindly. We don't ask any questions about whether or not there have been monies set aside or pre-budgeted in expectation of what the study is going to look like. We don't have those conversations until we come back with the initial findings of the report. And this may come as somewhat of a surprise to some, maybe not to others, but we did find overall that there was some improvement needed to be made with the compensation structures here within the township for the different positions that comprise the workforce. Over the years, many of the adjoining communities have been fairly aggressive in moving salary and compensation, and in order for the town to continue to recruit and retain highly qualified and competent people, we're recommending that some adjustments be made to the compensation structure, and of course the individuals within those positions, they're impacted by that as well. And then the last bullet on things that the study was designed to address is to have a process, a structure in place, so if there are new jobs created down the road or existing positions, the duties are changed, they can be easily incorporated into the structure that we came up with. Now, with respect to what the study was not designed to look at, we did not look at staffing levels. We did not make any comment or opine on whether or not any particular department was overstaffed or understaffed. We didn't make recommendations to restructure any departments or functions. And as I said in the beginning, this process had absolutely nothing to do with any individual employee's performance or capabilities, made no commitments in terms of guaranteeing salary increases, and certainly, although it wasn't the case, if we found someone whose salary was significantly beyond the top end value that we came up with, we certainly wouldn't recommend reducing anyone's pay. So that's the groundwork of what the study was designed to do and not do. In terms of the scope of work, we were asked to look at all the full-time and part-time positions within the town, as well as the elected official positions, to conduct the internal and external review. For the public sector organizations, as I mentioned, we drafted a survey, we sent it out, followed up, collected the data that was submitted. For the private sector is not compelled by public information statutes or ordinances, which exist in virtually every state. In order to get the private sector data, we have to take somewhat of a different route. We use published data from the Economic Institute as one source, and we also use data from the Federal Department of Labor, Bureau of Labor Statistics, that captures pay in the private sector for positions that are similar to the jobs that exist here within the town. And these are some other bullets in terms of what we were asked to do. We looked at the jobs with respect to the Fair Labor Standards Act, determining which jobs should be exempt and non-exempt for the purposes of overtime compensation. We had conversations with Elizabeth and department heads about recruitment and retention issues. A number of departments were struggling to fill some positions. Several departments noted that they had lost staff to some of the adjoining communities, and oftentimes it was a result of compensation. We also looked at any existing positions that were vacant to make sure they were included in the study so that the new salary ranges would be part of the package for the vacant positions as well. We also looked at what we call salary compression, when we have a fairly large number of employees with relatively similar years of tenure in the organization, but their salaries are clustered around the lower end of the pay structure. And so we addressed that as well as a part of the study. And we think we've come back with a study with the goal of creating a pay structure that represents the 85th percentile of the market peers that we looked at. And I think there's been a little bit of confusion and miscommunication. We're not saying that every employee should be paid at the 85th percentile for his or her job. We're saying the pay structures, the value of the jobs, reflect the 85th percentile. In compensation, when an organization has good benefits and their pay system or compensation structure is at least at the 75th percentile, they're considered an employer of choice. And so we are advocating that if the study is approved in its current context, that we also looked at benefits, and I'll talk about that in a moment. But based on the compensation structure we've developed, the benefits packages that are in place, we think the organization from those two criteria alone are an employer choice. We think this is a good quality of place to work, really exceptional community in terms of the infrastructure, the neighborhoods, and there seems to be a strong sense of community. So this should be an attractive place for anyone who's looking to get into a public service career. When we put the study together, we came up with 7 steps, which is typical when we undertake a process like this. The first step was to meet with HR and management, as well as the committee that we interviewed in front of, to talk about goals, objectives, concerns. I think this Township had a study similar to this about 4 years ago, so we talked a little bit about that process as well. Then in step 2, I met individually with every department head, also spoke with representatives from the different unions, as well as met individually with committee members, as well as the town supervisor, to get perspective on what they saw as some of the issues or concerns that are impacting compensation and benefits within the organization. Then as I go to step 3, I basically dissect your current compensation plan. That's when, based on previous work we've done in this area of the state, it was clear that there are some deficiencies as it relates to competitive pay for some positions. We do know that because there's such a significant union presence in this state and this part of the community, that there are union negotiations taking place all the time, and it often results in changes in one jurisdiction that spill over into another jurisdiction. So we looked at policies, your current plan, your current benefits as part of this review, and of course then we started collecting the market data, started analyzing that. One of the things that I want to share with you, I've been doing this for about 25 years, and when I go out and I work with towns and cities and counties, many people believe that the market data drives the train with respect to what the end result will look like, and that is not true. It is the internal relationship where we're giving you credit for the duties and responsibilities and qualifications associated with your position. Just because we call 2 positions that exist in different jurisdictions and administrative system does not mean the qualifications are the same in both jurisdictions, does not mean the duties mirror each other 100% in both jurisdictions. Based on the organizational structure and culture and priorities, that impacts what duties or qualifications define a given position. The market data is important. It must be factored into the process, but it is the internal relationship where we're assessing individual nature of your positions that ultimately drive the outcome in terms of findings and recommendations. Step 5 is we looked at the new structure. One of the things we noticed is some of the positions had steps associated with them. Some of them did not. Didn't quite get a clear handle on why that was the case. Big believer, what you do for one, you should do for all when it comes to compensation and compensation structure. So we recommended that all positions have a step plan associated with them so that there are no secrets to how you progress with respect to salary growth within the organization. We think that is the fairest and the most prudent way to do that. At step 6, I came back with the draft report, went over it with the people I previously mentioned, department heads, committee, leadership, allowed them to provide feedback and comment where they pointed out some things that I needed to go back and take a look at. I certainly did. Those things that I thought the data spoke for itself, I did not change. Those things that I thought there was some room for adjustment based on new information that came to light or rechecking our data, then we made an adjustment. And so this process is predicated on 2 things: management science, or ART, as we like to call it, and it's driven by statistics. We're not sitting behind a desk manually typing in that the starting salary for this job should be X, the midpoint of the salary range should be Y, and then the top end should be Z. It's all driven by a computer algorithm that we've designed to do this type of work. And then, of course, step 7, we're here tonight to present the final findings and recommendations. I talked about the criteria used to rank the jobs. What you see before you are what we call the job factors. As a consultant, I go through every job description, notes from my meetings with department heads, information from committee members, administration, and I assign a grade in each one of these categories on a scale of 1 to 10 for each one of these factors. Those factors are weighted. Not all of them carry the same amount of weight, but as I go through all the jobs, I'm able to then print a report showing me here's the most complex job in this organization because it carries the overall highest quantitative point score, and then in descending order are all the other jobs within the organization down to the very last position, which we argue is the lowest scoring and the least complex job in the organization. You don't have to be a consultant to figure out that the highest graded job is going to be the highest level of leadership position subject to the study. And you can, most places you can walk in and figure out what's going to be the lowest level or least complex position. It's probably going to be a low-end clerical or a job that has a heavy labor component to it. But how those other jobs shake out in the middle between the most complex and the least complex is where this process gives the organization a defensible mechanism to justify different levels of pay. If we did not have a concept like this, then people will be paid on decisions that you couldn't quantify based on opinion, or we just do it strictly based on what others are paying, which may not be in the best interest of this particular organization. So at this point, I've got the order, the hierarchy established. Now, here are the peer organizations I'm going to collect pay structure information from, and you'll see we've got Clinton Township, West Bloomfield, City of Troy, Rochester Hills, Royal Oak, Southfield, Farmington Hills, Novi, Dearborn Heights, Dearborn, Birmingham, Waterford Township, Sterling Heights, Canton Township, Oakland County, Northfield Township, and then ONET, again, is a source for the private sector data. And so each one of these organizations received a comprehensive questionnaire. They provided the information relative to the jobs that they had that matched the criteria and the duties that we provided with your positions. And then we took that information, we analyzed it, reviewed it, moved out any aberrant statistics, those things that were outliers or didn't seem to wash with the rest of the data. And then we entered the market data from the peers into a linear regression computer model. We entered in the quantitative point score for the positions into that computer linear regression model, and then it goes to work, and based on the algorithm, it predicts what the competitive pay structure should look like, and then we make adjustments to get it to that 85th percentile, which is where we argue you need to be in this part of the state. One of the things, this was my first trip to Bloomfield, but I've done work in and around, as I said, Detroit for a number of years, some of the outlying areas. And one of the things I kept hearing when I would meet people and talk to people, even someone I met on a plane when I was flying up here, he said, yeah, Dr. Campbell, Bloomfield's a pretty affluent community. And so when I heard that, I was like, well, they must already pay pretty well. Why do they need me? And so as I came in, and I start, going through the comp plan, the existing structure, I saw that this is definitely an affluent community, but it has lost ground with respect to competitive pay. And so this is the process to bring you back to where you should be, and that is toward the top of the pack. If you're going to say you live in a affluent community, then the rubber should meet the road, and you should pay like it, quite frankly. And I think there's a commitment to do that, and I hope you guys get that worked out sooner than later. Linear regression, as I talked about, is the statistical process we use to create the new pay structure. If we look at the bottom line, that is our x-axis. That's the evaluation score for a given position that's subject to the study. On the left side, vertical line, that is the y-axis. And you'll see x's, small x's around that red line that cuts through there, cuts through those x's. Those x's reflects a job that, say, like scored 40 points, but then if you go up, you'll see that where the connection is for a position based on the market data fits with that quantitative point score. And so in simple layman's term, it's an algebraic formula that looks at the x and y axis, and linear regression is a process to find the common point or common characteristics of two different sets of data. And so that's how we derive at the new pay structure that we came up with. And it's done in a software application. So what does it look like when we initially run the regression model? We have a proposed pay plan. To the left, you'll see that you'll see pay grades, and actually just above grade 101 on the screen there, you'll see unified. So we created 4 pay structures. There's one for police, a separate one for police. There's a separate one for fire. There's one for elected officials, and then the 4th one is unified. So if you're not a sworn police officer or firefighter or elected official, your position will be in the unified plan. It's the biggest plan. It has the most people. We initially come up with the salary range for the position as an annual salary. Every grade has a salary range associated with it, and you can see that the salary range is broken down into 3 components. It has a minimum, which is an entry-level salary. Then it has a midpoint, which is considered a reflection of the market average. And then we have the top-end value, which is the maximum, and then we break that down on an hourly basis. Because we wanted to make sure that we maintain a step structure for those jobs that already had a step structure, and we wanted to create a step structure for those that didn't have it. We break down those minimums, mid, and maxes. We elongate them and break them out into increments. And right now, we've got for the police and fire, their pay plan has 7 steps associated with it, and there's 3% in between each increment. So you go from step 1 to step 2, that's 3%, step 2, step 3, 3%, all the way up to step 7. For the unified plan, there's a greater number of jobs, more diversity in that group, so we have 9 steps, but the same 3% increment in between steps. And so I think there will be some information going out tomorrow to where you actually see this in terms of what was actually submitted. This here is a snapshot of what you're going to get or see tomorrow. This is what we call the proposed classification list by title. It's alphabetically listed. It shows you the title of every job going from left to right. It shows you the pay grade. It shows you the particular plan, whether it's unified, fire, police. It shows you the pay grade, and it shows you the salary range associated with the position. We're going to go through the rest of that. And so a couple other things we did with the study. When you do a compensation classification study, you've got to be mindful that there are 2 distinct groups that are impacted by the results of the study. One group doesn't even work here yet. Those are potential people who will apply for a job and come to work here. If you just happen to be an applicant and you show up 30 days after this new pay plan has went into effect, you kind of hit the lottery, so to speak. But what about the people that have been here? They're at least above the minimum. They're somewhere in that range. But if we don't do something for those that are already employed, we're going to have new people coming in with the higher structure making close to people that have been here for a little while. obviously you can see that can cause some morale issues. So looking at economic data in the region, looking at the CPI, which is Consumer Price Index, and then the ECI, which is the Employment Cost Index, we recommended giving every employee a 4%, you can call it a cost of living adjustment, you can call it a baseline adjustment, but out of the gate, we're recommending everybody gets 4%. Then from there, there'll be additional adjustments to place people within the new structure and at a step. Okay, and so right now, the fire plan, in order to implement it, is $679,027.98. The police plan is $606,725.53. The unified plan is going to be higher because there's more people subject to it, is $975,531.28. And then on the elected side, $34,847.85 for a grand total of roughly $2,296,132.64. And that's raw salary. That does not include the cost of benefits. That's just the cost to get people where they need to be within the new structure that we've come back with. Some additional findings. One of the other things I heard almost constantly when I got here were people complaining about the benefits, and the benefits were not competitive. That's just not true. Sure, there are some people that have, some organizations that have benefits that may have some things that you're currently not offering. They may have a defined benefit pension. They may have a defined contribution pension. You may pay more for co-pays. Some may pay less. Some may pay more. But the package of what you're offering is on the spectrum of what's out there. I think some people that have been here for a while remember what it may have been like several years ago before you started making some transition. But what you have today is reflective of what's out there in the marketplace. One of the things that we did notice that you did not have, that most organizations today do offer, is paid parental leave for the mother or the father. We recommended 8 weeks paid leave. Some are doing a little bit more than that. Some are doing a little bit less. We also recommended adding pay for certifications or licensure attainment. There's lots of research that shows as employees increase their level of education and job knowledge, the employer benefits from that as well. And so, as I've always advocated for clients to do, is to ask the department leaders and directors, are there certain certifications or licenses or degrees that would help gain knowledge for the employees in your department, which will increase or improve service delivery, and you identify them. And then if someone goes out and get it, they're compensated for that. And then we've put together what our thoughts are on compensating them for that. We noticed that your sick leave, your paid time off, and holidays, when you add it all up together, it's a little lower than when we add up those three for the market peers. So you might want to look at that. That's not a huge concern. We did recommend increasing shift differential pay for second and third shift. The pension thing is a big one. There have been a number of jurisdictions in the area that have gone to more of a 401k or 401k style type of benefit and moved away from a traditional pension. We did find that there are a couple that looks like they're going to go back the other way. They moved to the 401k defined contribution. Now they're looking at going back maybe to a defined benefit type pension. I know there's some financial restrictions on the town right now, but when that is over, the town may wish to look and see if it's economically feasible to go back to a defined benefit pension, particularly for public safety, because that is definitely a recruiting and retention issue in public safety. There are plenty of studies to back that up. Where it does make a significant difference when a firefighter or police officer here can just change their commute and go to Southfield and get that type of pension benefit. So that's something that you probably want to revisit as financial conditions improve. We also administered an employee compensation and benefits survey. We wanted to get information from the employee perspective of what they thought of the compensation and benefits being offered by the town. It was done confidentially. The forms were emailed out by Elizabeth, and then they were emailed directly to me. And once I gleaned the information from them, they were shredded by my staff. Overall, there seems to be a moderate level of dissatisfaction with current pay and benefits. Not to, it was so extreme. I would say that there's definitely something going on, but I think there's some level of dissatisfaction. I think on the health side, I think there's some increase in premium. Maybe you don't have as many offerings as you like. Certainly the retirement, that was an issue a lot of people talked about. But by far, this is certainly not the worst scenario or case I've seen in terms of employee morale or satisfaction. I think there needs to be more work done in terms of educating employees, particularly on the health side, and then also people understanding how the compensation system works. I think that'll go a long way into addressing some of that discontentment. This, in a nutshell, is what we came back with. I know people want to see more details and how it impacts them. I understand that Elizabeth and administration will be working on getting some additional information out, I hope this week, where you have that. The unions will certainly have it. And then they'll be working closely with the incoming supervisor and finance and budget to see what the impact is in terms of when you're going to be able to implement the results of the study. We certainly will be available if there are questions or concerns with respect to the study. We'll certainly be happy to help. But I do believe that adjustments to the compensation structure are needed within the Township of Bloomfield. It's a great community to live in. And the compensation needs to reflect the nature of the community. And like I said, we do about 50 or 60 of these a year. This is not the worst case scenario, but there is some improvement to be made. That, in a nutshell, is my presentation and my thoughts. I'll be happy to entertain some questions if you have any at this point in time.
Are some questions before, or do you want to? No, I really appreciate it. I know us as a board, we hadn't had the chance to create the last contracts that we were under, so I know we wanted to make sure the employees also had data, so that's why we want to make sure that it's available. We reached out to the union presidents and vice presidents today to let them know that they'll be getting the data now that it's available straight to them for their unions, so they should have that. If that's said, it should be by tomorrow, maybe. But that should be in their hands so that they'll have their specifics per person to work with. Because the data coming 3 months after contracts were done last time wasn't helpful for either side. So now you all have the information to go forward with. And yeah, there's definitely some room for improvement, for sure. I appreciate everything you've done to work with. You met with everybody that we asked you to. It was the union presidents, with the department heads, with the committee. So I know you've been through a lot of personal things too down there in North Carolina. So I appreciate you getting this done for us in time for this board to make sure it was available. I know I'll be handing over negotiations to Michael Schostak, because he does know more of the employees coming in hopes that quickness can happen. Because I think once you see all the data, you're going to want to quickly discuss. And we don't want to slow it down with new people who aren't as familiar with you and with this. So Michael was already involved with me on the fire. We already had started talking because we knew we wanted to work on something with that. But I personally would highly encourage, and already have, to all of the unions. I believe the board as a whole has already said, once we had data, we're ready to talk about getting good things. So since I won't be here, Michael will be taking over those discussions. I'd highly suggest calling him as soon as you get that data. Chris, do you want to say anything about your time?
Yeah, sure. I really appreciate all the employees engaging. The only way we can actually have a good report and have Dr. Campbell be able to give us something like this is if we get the input from the community and our employees. It's one thing to take just the survey data, but it's more to meet with the managers to understand the impact of each different job and each different function and role. Again, as he said, some jobs have more complexity than when you compare them to a peer. As he used the administrative assistant, Sue is not an administrative assistant, but she might be classified as that in other communities.
Right.
Yet how she does work and what we utilize her for is different, where Dr. Campbell gets to put that different input onto that role and compensated appropriately. And he did that for everybody's role in the township that we looked at, which was great because then you can actually see a full picture of what the expert is saying, not input from board members, not looking at individuals, but looking at positions, and being able to put the best take on it and present it impartially to the board so that the new board can take it and run with it and be able to make the impact that we need to our employees. Our strategic plan states that you guys want the best in the township, you want the best public safety, you want the best employees, and this gives us the roadmap to count appropriately. So I'm looking forward to working with the new board to make sure we get you there. And I hope you hold me to that. Thank you.
Anyone have
Anybody
any questions for Dr. Campbell while he's here? No?
You answered most of our questions with the report. It is very detailed. Again, I had the opportunity to go through it a lot with Elizabeth. We went through it with a fine-tooth comb. Any of the details of the questions you were able to quickly answer for me, and I'm looking forward to being able to use this with Michael and whoever the new board, including Mr. Antocli, as well as Mr. McCready, and be able to run with this. So thank you so much for your time.
No problem.
And how you did. This is great.
Thank you. And last comment was, although we'd like to make everybody happy, that's impossible. But what we did attempt to do is treat everybody fairly, and I think we hit that quite well. All right, thank you.
Can I ask a question? Sorry. Just on the annualized cost, it says the benefits are not included, but does it include the 401 matches or FICA?
No, just pure salary.
Just pure salary.
Pure salary.
Okay, and so obviously it also didn't include the impact to the DB liability.
No.
Right, okay. And just another clarification, you said there was no connection or analysis with either the 25 or 2026 budgets, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, yeah, I'll echo what Trustee Kalinsky said. I'm looking forward to working with our leadership, both on the board and our employee leadership and our union leadership to, implement this and get to new contracts or amendments or whatever it turns out to be expeditiously.
The only thing I ask of you, Michael, and I certainly value you, and I'm sure you'll do a wonderful job, is to keep the board informed what's going on, because we had we didn't have to have any input on this study, of course, but we had no information was shared with us whatsoever regarding this, which I am disappointed in. So no packet, no data.
It was just given today. Actually, he just, as mentioned, it was just presented today.
If it was just presented today, then this should not have been here tonight because we had no information whatsoever.
I needed to make sure the employees had it in their hands, and I needed to protect both sides. So unfortunately, it just came today, and as you said, we got no information last time. We had, as trustees, we were not a part of it except for one. We couldn't fight for the fact that they negotiated contracts before data was available. I wasn't about to let that happen to employees again, so I needed to make sure they had the data in their hands before I left.
I'm sure the board will protect them as always, but the board is here to have information so we can make decisions and know what's going on, and it's basically have no idea what's going on because they have no information.
Right, it just came today, so you will have that, and the employees, most importantly, will have it as well.
That's fine, just not acceptable to me.
I just have also a question, too, for clarification, if you wouldn't mind. I'm just trying to connect so I understand. You mentioned 85th percentile, okay, which sounds, I'm comfortable with that myself personally. Then you also talk about minimums, midpoints, and maximums. Can you connect those two things together for me, and how, is the minimum 85th percentile of the market, the midpoint is 85th percentile?
Collectively, the salary ranges reflect the 85th percentile of the market, collectively, okay? When we look at them in totality. That does not mean where we place people places the individual at the 85th percentile, but it's the structure.
Each position is at 85th percentile. The range you're recommending is at 85th percentile of the market that we looked at.
Yes.
Yeah, the minimum, that was confusing to some too, is the minimum of the 85th percentile, and some people thought that meant that the end side was the 85th, but actually the minimum is part of the 85th percentile.
Yeah, the range
we
itself.
don't pay lower than that.
Well, and for just a little more clarification on that same subject, you said 75% or better is considered an employer of choice, and you said we are in the employer of choice at least 75%. Is that correct right now?
Yeah, the reason we did more than 75%, because history shows that as soon as one community does a salary study, one of your neighbors is going to do one, and so you don't have to go back and redo this in a short period of time. Best practices says you want to do it every 3 or 4 years. We moved it up a notch.
And,
All right, thank
and
you.
I want to speak specifically to that 85th percentile. The goal is to get to the 85th percentile, and that's where the minimum is. But again, when we look at jobs in other communities, it also doesn't take into account how long they've been there, the different certifications. So we don't get to know all that when we place it. So when we try to place it for our individuals here, that's where we do the 85th percentile, and that's when Dr. Campbell would place individuals based on where they are, what step they would go to. So the goal is the 85th percentile on a range, but individuals will get placed into that range based on their tenure here and where they fall in the market. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's where it does get confusing when you look sometimes at the raw data, and when our employees look at it, you'll see the min, mid, and max. Not every employee is going to be at, when you think 85th percentile, I would think that I'm going to be between min. Your union, depending on what the information comes out, will be able to provide what the study recommends. It does not mean that's what's going to be negotiated. That is between you and your unions. But that is what the intent was with Dr. Campbell, is to place individuals based on their experience and the time they have served here and where they fall in that range. That's where it's people-specific, not job-specific. And we were looking at it in in jobs, and then he was looking at it people.
But that is taking it further than what they did 4 years ago was just jobs. You're going to be getting people, because we wanted to make sure this went deeper and you had more information. So you did go to the people. You will have a list of your spot and your name and showing you where he thinks you should be. So it's more data than was given last time, and you'll have it in your hands this week.
All right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Campbell. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
As a next step, I'd recommend that we meet as a board and do a study session to digest the information, talk about a plan of action, look at the budget numbers, and see what we can do as far as next steps go.
I love that. Do you want to make a motion of when you would like to have that study session?
I would suggest you guys work with Michael on that.
I mean, Mark can chime in, but I don't know that we as this board can plan a study session.
Right, that's why I've been
for the
saying.
next board.
Yeah.
So
You need
I
two
would
other
suggest,
people
I would
as part of
suggest that this become an agenda item at the November 25th meeting
Yeah.
to set in a study session.
In addition, I think you'd want
You'd
the
have that.
report itself to be
Right.
distributed so people have working knowledge of it before there's a meeting about it, so.
Right.
Of course.
Yeah,
So-
he's just getting that today to everybody.
So based on that, Martin, we would like to have an agenda item for the next meeting to discuss this, discuss it further, and then have a study session so we can have all the individuals that would be able to provide it. Again, as Michael had stated, the actuary impact is something that we have to think about in terms of the budget. And if I'm not mistaken, that's not something that we can rely on Jason and to get in 2 weeks because we need the consultants to do. So some of this information will be delayed just because we won't be able to have the information readily available. So is that correct?
Right, yep. Yeah, so I think that's
Well, the
good.
consultant's giving you everything. It's
no,
up to
no.
the new board.
Yeah, I
Jason
think he was referring to a different consultant. You're talking about the actuarial
Yeah,
consultant?
the actual consultant's giving us the impact
think-
of any of these implementation.
Let's discuss that with Jason later because we don't know how long that will take. So
Okay, so
let's not
do
jump to
it.
conclusions.
We'll put an agenda item in the next meeting to discuss this further and set a study session promptly thereafter so that we can make some plans of action.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Sounds like a good plan.
Great. So next we have, speaking of auditors, we have the UHY audit report presented by Mike Santicchia and Marlene Beach from UHY. And thank you everyone who came out tonight for that.
So good evening. We're going to present the March 31, 24 audit report. You should have a package. It was submitted to the state on time and in good shape. Just some stuff. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. This thing? There we go. This one?
That's all there.
There you go. Okay. So we're going to give you, we're not going to go through every single page of the financial statement. We're just going to give you highlights like we have in the past. So it represents a summary of the overall government activities and business type activities for Bloomfield Township. There's a specific fund presentation slides, detail certain but not all of the funds that the township has. These are the funds in the township. The ones highlighted in yellow are the major funds they represent the major funds of the township. Auditing standards require that we communicate certain matters regarding our audit work, and we prepared the following summary. We did audit the accompanying financial statements of the government activities, the business type activities, the aggregate discretely presented component union, and each major fund, and the aggregate remaining fund information of Bloomfield Township for the year ended March 31st. And we're going to issue an unmodified opinion, which again is the highest opinion we can give. We also require certain other information. The accounting policies, there was one new one regarding subscriptions that was adopted by the township. That there was no items that needed to be booked regarding that. The other accounting policies are noted in Note 1, and as part of our audit, we make sure you're following those policies, which you were. Same with estimates. The estimates are management's to make, and as part of our audit, we make sure they're reasonable, and they were. There were no audit adjustments that we made. There were 2 past adjustments, one to accrue for invoices received after the close of the books, and the other was to record an allowance for the receivable from JMC Electrical. There was no disagreements with management over the course of the audit. To our knowledge, there was no consultations with other accountants, and there were no issues discussed with management prior to our appointment. There were no difficulties encountered during the audit. Jason and his team were very well prepared, got us the information quickly when we asked them questions, and that's a good sign in our when we do an audit. They were very cooperative and very prepared. We did conduct fraud interviews with management and a board trustee. No one mentioned any instances of fraud. Items tested as part of the audit had sufficient and appropriate audit support, which included documentation and approval, which means that those internal controls were working. We also looked at a sample of expense reimbursements. All items tested as part of that audit had the proper audit support, which included, again, the documentation and the approval. And we also did the credit card statement the same way. All items that we tested, again, had the sufficient audit support and approval for those expenses. We had no expenditures in excess of the required budgeted amount. The township was awarded $4.4 million in ARPA funds, and which has all been received by March 31, 2024. As of March 31, 2024, only $533,000 was spent at that time. Significant capital purchases included safety equipment, the safety path construction, and improvements to the water and sewer infrastructure.
Oh, you lost.
Marlene will go through the heavy lifting.
Now, this first slide shows the relationship of the pension benefits. If you look at the top line, that's the funded status. You'll notice it's at 87.3%, is up from last year at 83.4%. A lot of that is just a function of what comes through from the actuarial report. This slide shows the OPEB, the other post-employment benefit plans, and you can see that's been on a steady rise since 2018. At 2018, it was 6.7% funded. You are now at 26.3% funded. Next few slides describe your general fund. This is your general fund assets. Assets are what you own. As you can see, your assets in 2023 were approximately $23.6 million. 2024, we're looking at 23.14. This slide is liabilities and fund balance. Liability is what you owe. Fund balance is what is left. Liabilities in 2023 were about 7.6. You're now looking at just under $7 million. The biggest one being your unearned revenue. That's your American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds. That is the unspent funds for the ARPA plan. So you've got about 3.8 left in that to allocate. Unassigned fund balance in 2023 was 15.3. In 2024, you can see it's about 15.4. So your total liabilities and your fund balance, 23.6 to 23.1, which equals the total assets of the funds. The slide represents your general fund revenues year over year. As you see, we've got an increase in taxes. State share of revenue was down slightly this year. Last year there was a census adjustment, so that was included in last year, so it would not be included in this year's. Catch up on my slides, sorry. You see the rest of the biggest change we have here is investment earnings. Investment earnings last year were 1.2, which was a function of the market at the time. Investment earnings for this year were 4.3, so the substantial increase in revenues was due in a good part to your investment earnings. Grant revenue, this 533 represents ARPA funds that were spent during the year. To go back to the other slide, we said, you had spent this much and you still have about 3.47 to allocate by the end of this calendar year. General fund expenditures, fairly consistent year over year. Biggest change is in capital outlay. You had some HVAC and attic replacement, some storm and structures, some phone and IT, and some vehicles purchased this year. So last year capital outlay was about $225. You're looking at almost $2 million this year. That's the biggest difference in your expenditures. Water and sewer fund, total assets last year of $102 million. This year they're $117. Biggest here is the bond proceeds from the county drains. This is actually not funds coming in. Once the assets are placed in service, they will go into assets. There is a corresponding liability for this on the next page. Deferred outflows, that's a function of your pension and your OPEB. Okay, once again, liabilities, what you owe. As I mentioned before, you have the debt went up from doing more than 1 year from 14 million to 23, most of that being that $10 million from the county drain proceeds. Deferred inflows of resources. Once again, this is all based on the actuarial reports. So the total net position in 2023 was approximately 81.6. 2024, you're looking at approximately 86.85 million. This slide represents your water and sewer fund revenues. As you can see, water sales were down slightly from 2023, about $300,000. Corresponding decline in sewer. Other than that, everything was fairly the same. The only difference was your federal and state grants. Less state grants were received in 2024 than they were in 2023. There was a lot of federal grants that went out in 2023, and we're seeing a decline across the board on grant funds received. Expenditures were 24.5 last year, about 25.3. Biggest change we saw was an increase in some fixed charges on the sewer and treatment charges. Next fund is your public safety fund. Once again, reflecting the assets of 15 million last year, about 16.1. One item on there is your prepaid items for your SOAR grant, which represents the fire truck that'll be coming. Marketable securities went from 8 million to about 15 million. A lot of that is increase in the market value, which goes back to the interest that was earned. Accounts payable and accrued expenses, you're going to see that went from approximately $1 million increase. That is a function of timing. If we'd done the audit 3 days later, some of the bills may have been paid. So this is strictly a function of when the bills come in and when they get paid. Your restricted fund balance for public safety was 14.1 in 2023, and you're looking at about 14.3. So you did have a slight increase in your restricted fund balance. Public safety, here's your revenue slide. Okay, we do have an increase in taxes this year. And that's an increase of the renewal and the increase in the millage for the public safety. Charges for services is fairly consistent. Public safety expenditures, about 27.8 last year and about 31.8 this year. Basically increased personnel costs. Capital outlay also went from about 400,000 to about a little over 1.8 million this year. The bulk of that was the purchase of vehicles. And that's the slides we've got. Does anybody have any questions they'd like to ask?
Any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have considering the award for the contract of scanning township records presented by Martin Brook.
Good evening. Very exciting topic of document scanning. We're back here again to talk about our project of document management generally. Taylor Leiden is here, who's president of Security Archives. I think he has some of his staff members on the phone too. And in quick review, Security Archives is here because nobody here at the township, myself included, we're not document management professionals, we're not information management professionals, but we need to manage documents and information to do our jobs. And in the process of helping to find the right document management tool and the right scanning material for our legacy documents, Security Archives helps us break through the lingo and the jargon of the business and ensure that the township gets what it needs and gets what it's paid for at a fair price. So we've got some information. And by the way, thank you very much for helping to carry the water last week when the clerk's office was otherwise fairly busy. So,
of course. Well, thanks, Martin, and thank you everyone for including us again in tonight's meeting. As Martin mentioned, my name is Taylor Leiden, President and owner of Security Archives Data Management, joined by my colleague and the lead project manager for this engagement with the township, Bill Safety. He's joining us remotely. And I can see that he's here in the upper left-hand corner. It's great. Tonight we're here to discuss phase 2 of our initiative and engagement with the township from a records management perspective. So this is post the selection of the document management software solution in Laserfiche, as was proposed at the last board meeting. This phase is the focus on scanning of archival records, the township's archival records that have permanent retention requirements as required by the state of Michigan. Ultimately utilizing ARPA fund grant allocation for the execution of this particular initiative. Ultimately, the objective is to provide an organized, efficient, compliant, and modern digital record-keeping platform or program, and it will utilize Laserfiche for that organization moving forward. At the last board meeting, we had discussed the 3 different implementation options that could be considered that we've seen other organizations, such as the township, consider for this type of initiative. And at that time, the creation of a uniform RFQ was in motion so that we could solicit quotations from qualified vendors and allow the township to make a decision using apples-to-apples pricing comparison. The RFQ, this is very much an abbreviation. It was approximately 7 pages in length, but touches on the fundamental or the foundational elements of the RFQ that was submitted, or excuse me, I should say published. It was seeking quotations from qualified imaging service companies to provide digital imaging services, as we've outlined. Most importantly here, we wanted to highlight that there are requirements as specified in the Michigan Records Reproduction Act. Ultimately, you will be recreating physical records that require permanent retention into a digital form, and there are particular state requirements about how that is completed. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. We did outline that the work must be completed by December 31st of 2026 in line with the ARPA rules and requirements in terms of when they must be dedicated and when they must be spent. Ultimately, this was a request for a quote. It was not a request for a proposal. We did provide a pricing template specifying the services that would be utilized for this type of digital conversion of archival records so that we could best evaluate an apples-to-apples comparison. Ultimately, we received 8 vendor responses, all qualified vendors. I know last time we had presented, there was some questions about the spectrum of pricing that was received, so we wanted to be sure to include that tonight. Ultimately, we compiled all of the service pricing in a side-by-side comparison and totaled it based on the anticipated volume for digitization of both drawings and standard files, letter legal pages. You'll see here the totals in bold towards the bottom of the page. Based on a volume of approximately 3,250,000 pages and 250,000 drawings, and the utilization of metadata to tag these records so that you can call them up, find them, retrieve them as needed. Ultimately, in the discussions with the township, the decision was made to propose Ameriscan Imaging as a selected vendor for this initiative. One, because they were the lowest cost provider, as you can see highlighted here in green, at the proposed volumes. In addition to that, and I think probably most importantly, is they're an existing vendor for the township. And in speaking with Martin and team, they've delivered excellent results in the past with the documents on demand feature for things like your meeting minutes. Ultimately, they're a local provider. They were also interviewed for the document management software solution. They did have a great presentation. Ultimately, not selected for that initiative, but definitely showcasing an expertise in records management and digitization of physical records as well. One last requirement to note is if ultimately the township has an interest of destroying the physical records, to say alleviate space or similar, the state of Michigan does have a particular requirement around quality assurance. They do require that the township independently checks the quality of basically a certain percentage of the digital images. If you're going to be destroying records that have to be kept permanently, you have to ensure the legibility of the particular documents. That's also would be built into the requirements of the engagement with potentially Ameriscan or whichever vendor is ultimately chosen. But this process must take place prior to the destruction of the records. We've seen others implement this internally with internal staff or hire out a separate specialist, subcontractor, et cetera, to assure the quality of the records, then allowing the township to make the decision to ultimately destroy these records, again, protecting the integrity and longevity of these records that require permanent retention now in digital form. I'll stop there, and we can happy to address anything about the selection, the RFQ process or the ultimate selection of Ameriscan or the requirements of the state. And Martin, anything else you might want us to add? Okay.
Is the idea to get rid of documents that we have to permanently keep?
The idea is to satisfy the permanent record retention with digital only and to destroy the paper records unless they are historically significant types of records. We'd be keeping those. But yes, that is the plan. Without tipping too much about what Jason's going to talk about later, there is $500,000 sort of set aside in the draft proposed budget for this project overall, and ultimately, as a next step, I'll be back to talk about the difference between where we're here at $445,000. I'll come back at a future board meeting and talk about a recommendation for an outside consultant to help with the auditing to ensure that the quality control is present so that we can confidently destroy the records and meet our retention requirements. But that won't need to be happening until we actually start the work, which is until next year.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, because I know we talked about this at the last meeting and there was, a lot of back and forth, and I appreciate that we're getting more information now. But just after thinking about this more, I know that the decision was sort of that it makes sense to scan everything, because the idea, or starting this idea originally, was that we want to have everything, stored and documented. But then the question about the metadata and how retrievable is it really? And so then this idea that having it on demand. So, I mean, look, candidly, this is my last meeting, so obviously I'll defer to what the board wants, but I do think it may be prudent to reopen that discussion, because it might make sense to just do it on demand, and then you're saving a substantial amount of money, and maybe just do it for the permanent records only that we have to keep. So just a thought, but you can.
I mean, it was a viable choice to go that way or this way, and it seemed to me the sense of the board was we wanted the scanning option, which is why we've focused on that.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that, and that's sort of why I'm bringing it up now, because the question is, and like this is coming from somebody who started a law firm 10 years ago and was fully digital, because I understood about the cost and having to store those documents. But when you think about, because there was a statement that was made last time, I don't remember exactly what it was, but Treasurer Schostak picked up on it, that you may not be able to retrieve it based on what that person who works at the company is searching for. So you're paying $400,000+, but then are you even going to be able to retrieve the document after you've had them all scanned and uploaded? So again, not that the decision's going to be made tonight, but just I think it is worth another conversation.
Yeah, it's a huge issue, because to get quality out, you need to put quality in, and a lot of that comes from the metadata that we use to put this in. Ameriscan, is prepared to do that. They were also, as were several of them, people who actually came and physically looked at the facility. I think actually maybe all of them, but one did come and looked at the facility and got a tour and laid eyes on it and saw the data that we have. So that's going to be a huge step. And there were, about a decade ago, there was a scanning project that started, and there were a lot of lessons learned in that about garbage in and garbage out. So there'll be a lot of focus on that.
Martin, can you just discuss how this plan, how does it go as far as in comparison to the hybrid plan we talked about last time?
So it's generally a hybrid plan, so there will be documents that aren't always scanned, but we're only scanning the documents that are permanent retention. So there are a lot of other documents that are there that are 7-year retention or 10-year retention that will never be scanned. They'll be retained for a period of time like that. And then there's an ongoing process. I mean, building planning ordinance is creating or receiving a lot of documents on a continuous basis that will need to be uploading.
So that will save some money.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
So this is kind of the hybrid plan, because this is only scanning the ones we need to do, and then with the ongoing, as we had said, for planning and building or anything else that has sketches, whether it's assessing or the other ones that get sketches, those will be then uploaded on an as-is basis. Is that correct?
Yes, if they are permanent records only.
Yeah.
All the others, they're less than permanent, would be kept on site and stored here.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's really critical that there's the check in terms of before anything is destroyed, because we've all scanned things, we've all, moved files onto permanent hard drives, and then you go to try and go back and get them. And I recently just had something where I thought I had moved all these files over, and then they really weren't all there, but it seemed like it took them, and when I went back to look, they were not there, or you cannot figure out which folder, which file. And at this level, it's huge. So if we can't have a system of retrieval, there isn't a lot of point in scanning if we don't have a proper path to locate those documents, and you get a FOIA or looking up history, and if you just can't find it, that defeats the whole purpose. So, but
100%.
then again, I know things like medical, they've done, a lot of them have gone totally digital. Some, I know some doctors have gone totally paperless. Other ones still walk around with those files. So we're at that kind of, make that jump.
I would note in visiting the facility myself, the township is quite organized in its current records management system, and that'll certainly lend itself to a more accurate digital record keeping system as well. There's always going to be a particular error rate in terms of not finding what you need to find. But I think that based on the current system implemented and utilized, you'll have hopefully favorable results. And so, I would also mention that we see a lot of other organizations, municipalities, et cetera, considering these same objectives and initiatives as you move into the future, not only for archival records, but obviously incoming records as well. And things like drawings with title blocks, et cetera, tend to be captured pretty accurately because of the consistency in which they're recorded and the placement consistency among particular drawing types.
Other questions? There is a resolution that was in the memo in the packet, which you could either, I could read it out loud if you want, but it's there.
I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution that's included in the packet regarding this item.
Motion by Trustee Barnett.
Support.
Support by Treasurer Schostak. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That does pass.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Director Jason Theis for a presentation of the PA 152.
Good evening. PA 152 has been in place since 2011. I've been before the board annually pretty much since that point, so we'll make this fairly quick. You've all seen the same presentation. There were 3 options given by the state to elect either hard cap, 80/20, or opt-out. Since that time, the Bloomfield Township has elected to opt out, which means we're choosing to negotiate with the unions and decide what types of medical health care plans are in our best benefit versus just doing a straight hard cap or 80/20 election. There's the amounts if we had chosen a hard cap to show you for 2024 what employees would have paid. If we had elected 80/20, what those amounts would have been, and then what actually is occurring as part of the union contracts for 2025 is $50 per pay single and $100 per pay for family coverage. And again, if the township does not opt out annually, there's language in the union contracts that would require the township to make all enrolled employees whole for that increased cost share based on that election.
Are there any questions of this? I look for
So there should be a resolution for the board to make that that opt-out election.
This one is the one that you said there was nothing for the packet, because it was the same presentation.
Yeah, as far as what I prepare, but the resolution would be the same preparation as every year.
Sean, did that get put in the packet?
I don't have a, no, it's not in the packet.
So do we just need a resolution to say the township is going to opt out for 2024?
Yeah.
Yes.
Make that motion.
For 2025.
I would like to make a motion that the township opts out for healthcare for PA 152 for 2025.
Motion by Trustee Kalinsky.
Support.
Support by Trustee Barnett. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That does pass. Thanks. Next, we have presentation update on American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds by Director Theis.
So you saw UHY mention the amount awarded, a little over 4.4 million. And as of today, we've obligated all 4.4 million of those funds. The deadline to have done so was December 31st, 2024. The projects that are completed and have been paid in full are up on the screen now. You had the phone system, various security upgrades, whether they were physical or more of a computer nature. Then we also had some also IT projects that fell under disaster recovery and continuity with the storage area network and implementing Office 365. There's also some HR software purchased, and then another item that came to the board earlier this year that was awarded was the Puro Clean contract. So $484,540.59. These are all the projects for ARPA obligated that are still in progress in various stages. Obviously the biggest one, and I think was the first one awarded, was the platform ladder apparatus, also referred to as the fire tower truck. That is being built. Nothing is due on that until it's delivered. We have the space needs analysis and options, working with Redstone Architects on that. The document management framework that we were just discussing, along with the document management solution. The strategic plan, which just was presented to the board, I think a meeting or two ago. The compensation study, you saw a little bit of that tonight. We're in progress of BSNA software upgrade. BSNA software is used by various departments here at the township. The senior center parking lot, that was another recent item that came before the board and was awarded. And then the actual document scanning, we obligated what was left. So on the previous presentation, it was slightly higher than 442 as an estimated cost, but we're just obligating what was left in the ARPA funds bucket that then would get us to full obligation by the deadline.
And just to add some information about Redstone, that one was not going to be ready for tonight because some requests were made by both the police and the town hall group to modify some things, so that's actually going to come back to the next board. We wanted to also, since some things were related to police and Captain Gallagher is not here, we wanted him to weigh in on that, as well as the new supervisor. So that was not put on tonight. That is going to probably come back, I would guess, by January, because it needs to be done for grant requests. But it is, the Fire Station 3 is done, and that is set, and Chief Leroy and Assistant Chief DeRoos are good with that. That is done completely. There were some changes to the police and having to move the animal shelter to allow for parking. So now with a different parking deck and a new building there were some changes. So that will come back first to the group working on that is police, fire. Patty's team is working on that, as well as Mike McCready will be sitting at that table, and Daniel Redstone to catch him up. So that, I'm guessing, will come to you in the first meeting in January is what we have it tentatively on, but that gives Jimmy a chance to weigh in, and the future supervisor who will be behind, asking for approximately $75 million in help. So that'll come to you then. Any other questions with Jason's presentation? All right. So next we have the presentation of the 25-26 preliminary budget by Director Theis. What'd you do?
I broke it. Here we go.
Okay. Sean fixed it. Thank you.
Thank
you, Sean.
So we'll go over three main categories for the current year, where we stand to budget, and then very preliminary budget for next year. We're required to present a preliminary budget by the state, requires us to do so by December 1st, even though we won't adopt the budget until March of next year. And there'll be many more iterations of it between now and then. So the current year, 24-25 fiscal year, this projection is just combining general road and public safety fund, which are our three biggest funds. They encompass the largest portion of revenues and expenses, and the most employees. So it is looking good. The revenues will exceed the budgeted expenditures for those three funds this year. We'll have a better idea, and I'll come back to the board once we do, of what exact amount that will be. There's still, and I say the same things every year, that there's some outliers that are hard to project at this time, healthcare being probably the biggest one. Being self-funded, we're not just paying a set premium amount per year, we're actually funding the claims as they come in. There's a big driver of 2.25 million projected outperformance or overperformance of the investment earnings, just based on being able to earn 5.5% on very liquid money. We've already hit what 6 months into the year, we've already hit what we budgeted for the full 12-month period of revenue. And then the other driver is, and we've seen the same comment the last couple of years, is having vacant positions. We budget to have a full staff at any given time, and it's been a few years since at least a few years since we've been able to do so. So at any given time throughout the year, we probably have 8 to 10 vacant positions, which then means less people on your benefits and your health care. Taxable value for this year, fiscal year, is estimated to be $5.1 billion. That equates to just over 6.5% net increase to the tax revenue base, net of a Headley rollback. When we did adopt the budget, it was projected that there would be no Headley rollback for a second year. That didn't come to fruition. We only had 1 year of that no Headley rollback, so there was a rollback this year. And then the net investment earnings, I kind of already touched on, projected to be at least $4 million. We budgeted just under $2 million. The SOAR truck was delivered, I believe, now, and it was partially funded, $500,000 of it through a state grant, and now they're in the process of looking to sell the existing old SOAR truck.
Just for future, they're starting to call that squad now. I guess Pichet had termed it SOAR, but the industry standard is squad. Okay. So if you start hearing squad, that's actually that truck.
The expenditure side, there was a contractual 2.75% wage increases in all the contracts that is in place as of 4/1/24. The DB pension ADC payment that'll be made, that has to be paid by the end of this December, just over $5.3 million, and that plan is almost 90% funded. The OPEB contribution, we continue to budget for the $1.25 million, and that plan is increased also, now is just over 28% funded. And the healthcare claims at this point, 6 months into the year, projected to be flat to slightly under budget. Switching gears to preliminary budget for next year, starting April 1, 25. We do have a balanced budget across those three main operating funds. A lot of assumptions and projections still at this time. We're just right now going through open enrollment with all the employees. There will be more projects and capital items added as the department heads fine-tune the various maintenance and capital items needed across their departments. On the revenue side, projected taxable value of $5.37 billion. You can see that on the current year, that was at 5.1. And I want to note also a few slides ago where we said there was a 6.6% increase, net increase to the tax revenue. You can see just in 1 year's time the impact of CPI and inflation and the Headley rollbacks coming back into play. We dropped in 1 year from a 6.6% increase down to a 3.6% increase projected for next taxable year. Expecting a similar amount of state revenue sharing, about $4.9 million. Court revenues, we'll be having a court budget meeting with them soon, but at this point, the information is that it'll be similar to their current year. And then on the investment earnings, we're going to still be a little more conservative on the budget. with the current year, with the Fed cut rates and inflation reducing, rates declining, again, that could change. We just elected new president, and so, well, only time can tell what effect that'll have. Expenditures, there's one contractual year left on 7 of the 8 union contracts, all but fire. So the preliminary budget that was included in the packet includes 2.75% for those groups, flat for fire, because there is nothing contractually in place yet. The healthcare is projected to increase 10 to 13% based on the various plans, active and retiree. And that'll be solidified come January. The DB pension ADC payment is about $5.2 million, so real similar to the current year of $5.3. And then the same OPEB contribution of $1.25 million is included. There's some stormwater management costs. I think this is our 3rd year going through that process. We have that at $1 million set aside based on the Public Works Director's recommendation. If you would compare that to fiscal year 25, it looks lower, but that had a one-time increase of $775,000 in it. The paving contractors is another big item. Public Works Director had requested to go back to pre-COVID levels of $750,000 annually set aside for that program. Again, in 25, it had an extra $1 million on top of that based on the finances of that year and what was available. And in capital outlay, it's a real big year, probably the largest I've seen in my time here of $5.5 million, with the caveat of 1.78 million of that is that tower truck using ARPA dollars. So even without it in there, still a large year of capital purchases. Some new positions, much smaller than what we've seen in the last couple years as we were trying to staff up a lot of open positions. The HR generalist was a request to help in that those regards in that area. And then another request for an associate planner to help with the work in that planning department. And it's not in the budget because they're still exploring the costs and pros and cons, but the police department is looking at exploring, expanding dispatch with possibly a couple new positions there. Some highlights, I'm not going to go through all of these, but we always have various HVAC and rooftop units. We have a lot of buildings that are owned, a lot of fire stations. We own the court building. So we have some large expenses coming for those. There's always vehicles, whether it's assessing, motor pool, fire, police, across all the road. Those are capital items that we have to keep on a replacement schedule. Public safety, police will have 10 vehicle replacements. There's a couple big items for dispatch to be replaced. And then on top of that tower truck in the fire department, they're looking at some other items like a used fire engine to replace the one that they have kind of as a backup for when all the other ones are on the road or are being used. They have something to fall back on. So I'll take any questions.
One thing I will note that you'll see that there's a surplus like there has been under this board every year. Knowing that you do have the possibility of 7 to 8 new contracts, there is, we were extremely conservative in a lot of areas, knowing that we had to possibly also prepare for that. So just know that although it only says 1.5 million, there are other areas that we might be able to help out from. I think Michael being part of it and Jason being part of it will be able to help you find those areas.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so we have consider approval of the December 1st, 2024 millage rate for the Bloomfield Village Police and Volunteer Fire Services for fiscal year And that's April 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2025. We have Treasurer Schostak.
Okay. So, Bloomfield Village neighborhood is a unique area because they choose to self-assess to provide for some extra police protection and also a part-time or volunteer fire department. And as has been practiced for a long time, we collect those assessments and then make those funds available to them each year. So the board of Bloomfield Village Association sends me a letter and documents what their millage rate that they're requesting that we collect and how much revenue it will generate. And we levy that special assessment on our winter taxes. The winter taxes are being calculated right now and will be in mailboxes by the end of the month. So the association is requesting a police millage of 1.087, which will result in revenue of $527,000, and a fire millage of 0.322, which will result in revenue of $156,000. And we, as I said, collect that on the winter taxes for all parcels in the Bloomfield Village district. So I would need a motion from the board to authorize me to levy and collect those taxes. Special assessments as requested by the Village Association.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Barnett.
Support.
Support by Trustee Murray. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That does pass. Thank you, Michael. Next, we have a public hearing, so we will start with Director Christine, and then we'll open up for public comment, and then come to the board. So we have consider approval of, public hearing for the Community Development Block Grant application for program year 2025, presented by Director Christine Tvaroha.
Hi, good evening. Our Community Development Block Grant program assists low-income, eligible older adults with essential home repairs. These projects improve safety and financial well-being. We're grateful for the ongoing support of our admirable building department. We could not do it without them. The block grant is also crucial for Meals on Wheels. Seniors with mobility challenges receive nutritionally balanced meals, a safety check, and social connection with our volunteer drivers. Just have to figure out where the page down is. Okay. So the program is designed to benefit low and moderate income persons, prevent and eliminate blight, promote decent, affordable housing, extend senior independent living, and improve quality of life. Year to date, we've completed 147 projects and have 6 projects currently underway. Outreach for applicants is a year-round effort, so I encourage anyone listening to please give us a call to see if we can support you. Reviewing our customers, the average age is 81 years. The average length of ownership in our township is 18 years, and the average income for this year was $41,600. Oh, there's that information. Okay. So this year's estimated allocation is $50,000, and we're proposing 85% for minor home repair and 15% for Meals on Wheels, which unfortunately is the cap as set by the county. You might recall that a year ago they changed it from 30 down to 15, which is a challenge, but we work through it. We already said that. So our projects are limited to $5,000 per project and then $15,000 lifetime maximum per household. That allows us to serve, we hope, 8 to 9 new households with this grant year. So the income limits are set by HUD, and this year, low income is described as 80% of the area median income, and this year it's 53 $1,700 for one person and $61,400 for a two-person household. Of course, someone needs to, the homeowner needs to be 60 years of age or more. Projects primarily include repairs to improve safety, such as electrical, plumbing, and HVAC systems, as well as handrails, ramps, and sidewalks for better accessibility. There's a couple of projects that you may have seen them last year. The application process requires proof of residency, insurance, income, and several other items, and our team is very glad to guide people through the process. So moving on to Meals on Wheels, that allocation provides for the coordination and management of our service, our nutrition services. To be eligible, a person must be 62 years of age or more and have mobility challenges, or they have considerable difficulty driving, grocery shopping, and preparing complete meals independently and regularly. Caregivers of people in this situation are also included in the program. Hot meals are available Monday through Friday. Customers may schedule 1 up to 5 days per week, whatever is best for their schedule, or they may select from a pack of frozen meals for Monday delivery. We also have monthly delivery for liquid meals if that is needed. The meal service is a key element of the social and safety network for frail or isolated seniors and their caregivers. As needed, we exercise our emergency protocol for wellness checks and, on occasion, EMS intervention. So this past program year for Meals on Wheels, we served 4,921 meals to 78 customers, and of note, 75% of them were new to us this year. So some marketing is really working, some outreach is working. 40% are 85 plus, and 39% are living on their own. And as always, the friendly volunteers who deliver the meals are often the favorite aspect of the service. Our newer on-the-go meals have tripled since last year, mostly because some very appreciative regulars have been engaged, but it also has been helpful for people in recovery periods after surgery, just a temporary situation, and or when the cooking spouse is going to be out of town. Let's see. So here's our calendar for the program year. Lots of approval stages, and if all goes well, we will be able to access the funds approximately a year from now. So do you have any questions for me? Chris?
I just have one. So some residents from South Bloomfield Highlands were talking about different applications and different grant programs.
Mm-hmm.
Would any of them qualify if they meet the income? Would that be a project you could help them with, the water service line that goes from the new the new water tap to their home? Is that a program that you guys would be able to fund if they meet income?
I don't know, but I feel like we've had some conversation on that, and I thought that the result was that we were not able to, because I think it has to be inside the home. But we can revisit that.
You can ask Dirk again. He had told us no, but I mean, oh, sorry.
I don't believe it would be appropriate. That would be, it's not really a repair, that type of thing. But like I said, we can look into it if you want to.
It's just looking at different ways for us to utilize not only this great feature, but to help some of those seniors in that area that we're talking about the funds being very expensive in the project. And again, trying to keep people in their homes. So, but either way, I appreciate it, and I'm glad we have this program. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. The one thing I do want to add, I usually say it at the end of the program, but we should also look at, there's a second program that the county manages that's a home improvement project that will go up to $23,000, and and it's no interest, and the repayment only occurs with the change of ownership.
That one was mentioned to them. That was in all of the packet information given to them.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember that because I remember Treasurer Schostak specifically talking about that one and working with that one. So, perfect. Thank you so much.
So, Christine, it's a wonderful program. One of our neighbors was homebound and benefited from it, which is very much appreciated. But can you just clarify, for the last year, did we have $5,000? I can't remember the budget that we've already done, but you said you served 4,921 meals. And is that completely at no charge to the residents?
No, there is a cost. There is a copay for that. So the funds are actually used for the staffing to manage all those various programs for nutrition, and people do make a contribution. If people have have proof of low income, we make accommodations for that.
Okay. Thank you. Just figured that wasn't mentioned in the presentation.
I'll make note to say that next year.
Oh, actually, I should have, before we started talking, I should have opened the public hearing. So sorry. That's okay. That's okay, because I believe everybody here is with something else. So I just want to make sure to open up. Is there anyone here? I'm going to open the public comment based on this. Is anyone here to speak on this agenda item? No? Okay, we'll close the public hearing. Sorry. Unless there's any other questions, I would look for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Kalinsky.
Support.
Support by Trustee Murray. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That does pass.
May I make one other public announcement?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so we were also fortunate to receive grant funds from Oakland County, ARPA funds, to start a new home chore program for older adults. That is totally complimentary for people who are income eligible. We just kicked off the program a month ago, and I think we've already had 13 customers served. It includes trimming bushes, lawn mowing, fall leaf cleanup, gutter cleaning, and then snow removal, and then again it starts all over in the spring. So just would like to make an announcement, and if people are listening, we absolutely want to hear from them and get them involved in that program.
Especially with the snow removal, that's something you'll hear a lot when it's dangerous for them sometimes to be out there on their own, so.
Right.
Yeah, that's,
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's been-
Is there an annual budget to that, or is that a one-time ARPA?
It's a one-time, but we have 20 months to provide the service, and then in the meantime, look for other ways to possibly continue that.
Right.
But we're very excited to serve as many people as possible in that 20 months.
That's wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. So next we have the public hearing for the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance, Ordinance 690 for liquor license requirements for automobile service stations and retail package outlets. We'll start with Director Voelker, and then we'll open up the public comment, and then we'll have the board discussion.
Thank you. Well, as I was here before the board in September introducing the ordinance amendments, I highlighted that back in April early this year, there was a discussion regarding liquor license ordinances and our application process. And at the conclusion of that discussion, there was a directive by the board to more specifically look at the provisions of our zoning ordinance as it relates to some very specific areas, one of which is how beverages alcoholic beverages may be sold at automobile service stations, as well as specifically looking at lot size and building size requirements, and then also looking at some other related ordinance provisions related in kind. And so we have provided the board with a review, which we introduced at the last meeting. Currently, when we speak about the current ordinance provisions, automobile service stations may be permitted to seek a request for a liquor license. But first and foremost, we look at how automobile service stations are permitted in our zoning ordinance. And they're permitted only in the B3 district. And they have the following use standards: that the sale of gasoline and automotive convenience items are part of the operation. There's incidental auto service work only. Ingress and egress to not cause any traffic hazards. There's a minimum driveway. Driveways are a minimum of 25 feet from intersections, and the minimum lot area of 22,500 square feet, or 0.51 acres, is provided with adequate on-site queuing. Going forward, we also have, looking at our current language related to retail package outlets, which is the sale of alcoholic beverages for off-site consumption. Those are permitted in our B2 or B3 district. And those standards are that they have to be a minimum of 750 feet from school property by the shortest route to travel, and also that the STD license shall not exceed one for each 3,000 population as a quota license. And as we use terminology, just as a reminder, an SDM license is issued by the Michigan Liquor Control Commission, and that's for the sale of packaged beer and wine for off-site consumption. And if you refer to an SDD license, that also is issued by the Michigan Liquor Control Commission, and it is for the sale of packaged beer, wine, and/or liquor for off-site consumption. The provision specifically to allow a gas station to be considered to sell beer, wine, or alcoholic beverages. Currently, our ordinance says that all of the following have to comply. They have to have a minimum of 50 feet from the cash register to the fuel pumps. There's no drive-through operations. There's a minimum 4,000 square foot building with a 1 parking space per 200 square feet of building. Frontage is on a major thoroughfare. There's no service or repair operations. It's not adjacent to a residential zone property. It's a minimum of a 1 acre parcel for a single user. And lastly, one or both of these conditions are met. It's located either within a neighborhood shopping center and a minimum of 250,000 inventory on premises, excluding alcoholic beverages. So looking at our zoning ordinance, and as highlighted in our staff report, we have a total of 12 automobile service stations or gas stations that are presently found within the township. So there are 12 identified in the zoning map. Of the 12 that are identified, there are 8 that are found within the B3 zone district, which identifies them as being compliant with the zoning ordinance. To summarize the criteria that I highlighted, I provided you with this chart that speaks to the various categories of standards based on the use. So I've highlighted all of the 12 gas stations found within the township, and the columns represent the standards found within those uses. And I wanted to make sure that when we talk about the sale of packaged liquor, that in our terminology, in our zoning ordinance, we refer to that as retail package outlets. And so for the first 2 columns, as we've identified all 12 of the locations presently as deemed as a gas station. Of those, we identified that there are 8 of those that fall within the B3 district that would be consistent with that retail package outlet standard. We also spoke of the 750-foot distance to schools and have identified of those 8 that fall within the B3 district, that there are those that do qualify and meet, in fact, all of them meet that qualification of 750 feet. I then provided in this chart for the next 2 columns is the requirement, as I stated earlier, as a gas station only, not speaking of the sale of packaged liquor, that the requirement is that it be in the B3 district. So I've highlighted those that are identified B3. For those that are zone B1, those are considered non-conforming. So for those uses to do anything other than to improve their, or to repair and replace existing materials, fixtures, features of a given site, they would have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals because they're considered a non-conforming use. And to expand a non-conforming use, the ordinance doesn't allow for use variances, so those gas stations are allowed to just maintain what they have, or if they want to modify some slight modifications, they have to seek a variance for those. The other criteria is speaking to the lot size, that 0.51 acres. And of those that are fallen within the B3 district, there's only 5 of them that actually exceed that 0.51 acres. And this is building on, speaking of what criteria does the board want us to look at to allow for possibly relaxing, if you will, some of those existing standards of the ordinance, that we then looked at the proposed ordinance itself. And in the next following 5 columns, I've summarized for you on the chart the following considerations. That the revised distance from sales to the fuel pump from 50 feet to 5 feet is something for the board to consider. This actually would be a consistent with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission provisions, where they have currently a 5-foot minimum distance, so we'd be consistent with that standard. Revise the minimum building size from 4,000 square feet to 2,000 square feet. So I provided one of the columns that spoke of changing the size from 4,000 to 2,000, and what would that result in as far as the locations that were found to be compliant in the B3 district. And that actually flushes out several of the contenders, if you will, and there are only actually 2 that would actually meet that 2,000 square foot building size, potentially 3 if the user would cease a drive-through operation. So, even considering some of these modifications, we're not looking at a lot of the current gas station being eligible, if you will, should the board want to go in this direction. Going back to the amendments, revise the parking to 1 parking space per 300. This was proposed so that there's some consistency. Currently, gas stations in the B3 district are required to have a parking ratio 1 to 300, meaning 1 parking space for every 300 square feet of gross square footage of building. The provisions that speak to allowing for the sale of a package alcohol actually has a greater requirement of 1 for 200. So there'd be more parking would be required. We're suggesting, to be consistent, that we maintain that 1 parking space for every 200 square feet, irregardless of whether there is sale of alcoholic beverages or not. The other is eliminate the minimum 1-acre parcel for a single user. Within the column that is identified first under the gray, let me go back to that. The first gray headed column. There's only one location within the township that exceeds that 1-acre provision, and that actually turns out to be more of a readily available kiosk-like gas station, which is Costco that we're calling out on this, and that really isn't in the nature of what what it's being considered as far as more of a convenience store, package liquor or retail package outlet operation within a gas station operation. So that really wasn't relevant, nor does it show that the ability to acquire additional land is quite challenging. And then lastly, or continuing on, at a minimum 750 feet distance to any school property. This is being consistent, again, if we're looking at this to be a retail package outlet or a convenience store operation, then let's be consistent with our standards and have include that 750 feet of distance to any school property for a gas station use. And of the 3 locations that were meeting that 2,000 square foot building standard, all of those did comply with that provision of a greater distance than 750 feet. Prohibit the sale of single-serve beverage containing alcohol, including 50 ml or 1.67 ounce mini alcohol bottles. Part of the discussion that we had at the last meeting when this was introduced is looking at a little bit more broader language as it related to, or maybe clarification of the language as it relates to these ideas of these mini alcohol bottles. And really what you were describing to me was those single-serve beverages. And so we looked at that language and found that that could very well be expanded on, or at least clarified, if you will. So the language that's being presented in your packet this evening does actually reference that language to be a little bit broader, talking about the single serve. So it will include those beverage containers that are greater than that minimum alcohol bottle, but certainly the whole intent and purpose is that it's not that single serve. It's that the that would really is intended for an individual person to partake in, as opposed to a six-pack or a case or so forth. And lastly is the retail package outlets. Eliminate the SDD provision of 1 for every 3,000 population for retail package outlets. Again, because that is not a purview or a requirement that the township is actually administering, that is actually managed by, in an authority by the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. It really was inappropriate to really have that in our language, because anytime the Liquor Control Commission may or may not change their provisions, then that would result in the township always having to keep up. So it really wasn't consistent with having that provision, especially as we have we are aware of the fact that SDD licenses can be transferred into the township to exceed that quota provision when it is actually transferred, within the county. So in response to the questions and going back to our discussion that we had back in September, I offered a summary of the amendments for consideration and tried to respond to some of the questions the Township Board had relevant to some either clarification or further information. And through the assistance of the Township's Attorney Office, we were able to provide you some little bit more detail. For example, I touched on it also earlier, that the point of sale and the distance from the fuel dispenser going from 50 feet to 5 feet is really more to align ourselves with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission and their criteria, and that that was found to be a consistency, and one of which was acceptable. I think the question came up, what's the difference between 5 feet? I think it's just probably because an example like Costco, where you have that kiosk operator who could very well be 5 feet between that point of sale and that dispensing, and so we offer that as a response. The question also came up as to the distance. What was the background for changing the building size from 4,000 to 2,000? This actually was a recommendation from the Planning Commission, not wanting really to eliminate a minimum building size, but wanting to have something that would at least identify that it is of a investment, it is of a significant building size, and it would be able to support and provide for maybe a quality building business operation that would also be having the opportunity for those liquor sales. And when we looked at 2,000 and looked at the other 12 gas stations, it turns out that it really turned out to be average of all those current existing gas stations came to 1,984 square feet. So it was taking into account our current business owners who are operating and trying to present a good business operation for our community, that they was our example, if you will, of how 2,000 is a good average. And then looking at those that did come into compliance with that average, we ended up looking at maybe just 2 or 3 that would fall within that 2,000. I even reached out in prior conversations that I've had in what is the average convenience store square footage in the U.S. There's statistics that you can find online. There's one of which is from Statista, which said that in 2002, the average convenience store square footage in the U.S. was 3,460 square feet, with the sales area of 2,630 square feet. So I think if we were just looking at the sales area, not necessarily looking at the bulk of the building per se, which they're also talking about storage and so forth, that we are being more conservative, if you will, than what's the national average. Talking about the parking standard, again, speaking of going from 200, which is more of a retail parking standard, to the 300, 1 for 300, which is more of the gas station standard. That consistency is, I think, important, and also to understand that should any of these operations get approval to sell alcohol under the terms of any ordinance amendment, then that would render almost immediately those gas stations to be non-conforming in parking, because the current gas stations are meeting the minimum parking requirement and not exceeding those requirements. So you would be it would be a disadvantage to maintain that or to go to a 1 for 200 parking requirement. And then speaking about the minimum lot size and why was the provision of 0.51 acres required for automobile service stations. Well, we did some research, and back in 1968, which was our first zoning ordinance, it did establish the original lot size for gas stations to be 0.51, and at the time it was found to be sufficient to provide ample space for motor vehicles to wait on the premises, as long as it was not causing any traffic circulation or ingress or egress issues. Beyond that, I wasn't able to dig up any more history for you. The reference to the alcohol, the mini alcohol bottles, and if there was something that we could look at a little bit more to clarify or expand that concept for the whole purpose of precluding the opportunity for that readily available consumption by an individual. We have added that language that prohibits that single-serve beverage, and that is something that you'll see as an example a little bit down my list. The distance between 750 feet to any school, that's consistent with our retail package outlets. Excluding the drive-through operations and the commercial auto service operations are not requirements of the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. Those actually are prohibitions that the Township created back in 2010. And at the time when we adopted Ordinance 625, which is actually those provisions that would allow for alcohol sales, Ordinance 625 was very specifically prefaced as to protect the residents in the community from hazards such as alcohol-related accidents, illegal sales of alcohol, annoyance to neighboring residential properties and businesses, and loitering and congestion parking lots and township roads. So I think there was a correlation at the time that the board was looking at a drive-through operation and commercial auto service operations impacting those standards, if you will, that the community that the township board was trying to safeguard, if you will, some of those potential hazards. The question regarding alcohol sales and time frame, the Michigan Liquor Control Commission allows sales until 2 a.m. However, in the B3 district, hours of operation exceeding 7 a.m. or 9 p.m. are considered special land uses, and therefore only approved by the township board. So if a gas station owner is limited to 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. hours, unless a special land use request is granted specifically by the township board. So you would have the authority to review and approve those hours of operation should an application come before you to request the opportunity for liquor sales for off-site consumption. There's also conversation, actually comments that were made from the audience regarding a particular current gas station owner and his experience their submission to Grosse Pointe Farms. And so I included in your packet a letter that was provided to the township where the city of Grosse Pointe Farms limited that station owner to a 12 a.m. and only beer and wine and no liquor sales initially. And after their review, they subsequently did allow the city did allow that operator to sell liquor sales. And the letter is, I believe, from their police chief, police department. So I shared that with you as background. And then lastly, in the B3 district, interior window signage. There's a question about signage. We presently have in our sign ordinance that interior window signs shall not exceed 10% of the total window area of the front facade and shall not be displayed more than 14 days. So we do have provisions. There was a concern that there'd be almost papering, if you will, of window signs having to do with whatever sales that they may have, and that would either not be conducive to the aesthetic of the neighborhood, and/or maybe even considered to be maybe a concern for our public safety operation. But we do have, at least if there's any question, we do have signage provisions currently that we can address related to those temporary signs for sales of product, if you will. So Ordinance 692. Ordinance 692 is the amendment to make one modification, and that is to eliminate the provisions.
Patty, are you going on to number 12? Because we need to, I think, address number 11
Okay.
before we go on to 12.
All right, I was just going through, because it's a combined report, but that's fine.
For public hearings?
Sure. Let's do that.
So I'm asking, like,
We'll do separate.
because I have to have 2 separate public hearings for that. Can I let her just present it as both?
Do we need 2 separate hearings?
I think because these are so closely related, I think one public hearing would be fine. You
Great.
could do 2 to be more precise, but I think you could get by with one public hearing.
Okay, keep going.
Real quick. So Ordinance 692 is just as it's been presented, where it is eliminating the provision of an STD license shall not exceed 1 for each 3,000 population or fraction thereof. Again, that's that quota license. It's not relevant, nor is it current. And that really is going to be monitored by the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. And we are still standing with the existing criteria that has to do with that 750 feet. And again, that would be consistent with the proposed ordinance amendment for modifying the opportunity for a current gas station owner to meet all those criteria and still meet that and add that minimum 750 foot distance to any school property. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Hopefully I've responded to the comments and concerns that were raised back in September, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Just make sure when you open the public hearing, it's on both ordinances.
Okay.
Specify that.
You're okay with me changing your agenda?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
one
right.
public hearing.
All
Let's
right.
get it done. Get her done.
So I would like to go ahead and open the public hearing. If anybody would like to come up and talk regarding the combination of Ordinance 690 and 692.
All right.
I'm back.
You made it.
You took care of the kids. No, actually, I'm getting a lot of text messages. You guys don't want to read them right now, let me tell you.
Oh, no.
First and foremost, again, thank you guys for doing what you do. It's being in your position, it's a challenge, and I thank you all for doing what you do for our community. I just want to put that out there. I did want to clarify something, and I want to just make sure if we can go back a couple slides. The SDD license is only a spirit license. So if you have, let's say, a party store and it's an SDD, SDM, the SDM is only beer and wine to go, and the SDD. See on the bottom one, it would just be the SDD is only basically what you would call hard liquor, the spirits, your vodkas, your cognacs, and things of that nature. The SDD would not allow for the sale of any type of beer or wine. You'd have to get the SDM license in conjunction with the SDD. Before the governor's administration and I discussed taking on the role of a hearing commissioner, I was an 11-and-a-half-year investigator with the state's the Liquor Controls Enforcement Division. I licensed over 100, 200 gas stations in southeast Michigan. I worked the Tri-County area. Believe me when I tell you, it's a huge challenge, it's a huge burden for a licensee to have to jump through all kinds of hoops and hurdles to get licensed at a gas station. I mean, you're talking inventory requirements. You have to hold $250,000 of inventory. You have distance requirements from point of sale and point of purchase, which used to be 50 feet, now it's 5 feet. For it's hoops and hurdles that your average licensee with a SDD, SDM does not have to go through. I'm sitting here listening to what's being presented. All of it sounds great. The thing that I have a problem with is the state of Michigan, if a licensee qualifies for a license, the licensee will get the license. That is proof of financing, criminal record, and a variety of other things as far as the building is related. But one of those things in the order that comes out is you must be in compliance with local ordinance, which is obviously why we're here. If we're combining 11 and 12, I want to speak to those two in particular. You have both licensees, if I'm not mistaken, that have qualified and the state has granted them the license. So they've invested time and energy with attorneys, with paperwork, and they have now officially received and actually have the license. Obviously, they can't activate the license unless they're in compliance with local ordinance, but they invested a lot of time and resources to get this license. If you, and you can go online on our website, if you look at gas stations, they're not getting rich off of having a liquor license at their gas station. It's an enhancement. It's something additional. It's a convenience. If you, no offense to the Barbat family, I don't know why you want to have the license there, because they're really not going to make, it's not going to affect their bottom line. It's a convenience to the consumer, but they're investing a lot of money in inventory, a lot of money for the license. The license is $300,000 plus. So, good for them that they want to bring in something to enhance their business, but this isn't going to be a turnstile, I'm coming in there buying cases of alcohol, bottles of, cognac, for big parties. It's, I happen to be here getting gas. I'm going to a friend's house, a neighbor's house, a barbecue, or maybe just going home and I had a rough day and I just want to pick up something. It's an enhancement to their business. And, long gone are the days of gas stations that used to be the size of this booth. I mean, you used to have a pack of gum and some lighters, and over your head you had, cigarettes. Those gas stations are gone. Now they are full-blown convenience stores with gas pumps. So the business has evolved, and it's further evolving to the point where now alcohol is an added convenience. Sorry, am I killing the time?
Well, yeah, but we combine two, so I was just giving you a little flexibility.
I just want to point out one other thing. So it's worth trying new things. We have licensed the first swim up bar in Frankenmuth that's going to be opening soon. Where? So in Frankenmuth at the new water park. You might want to check it out. So what I'm saying is the state is willing to listen and try new things to bring business in to this state to help the economy out. And the gas stations with alcohol sales is nothing new. As an investigator, I was very tough on my licensees. When I licensed someone, I let them know, I'm helping you get your license and get your ducks in a row, but I'm coming back here in a week to make sure you have the inventory, to make sure you're checking IDs. And as commissioner now, I sit on that side of the bench, which is kind of weird for me to be on this side. I don't have a problem with revoking a license. I don't have a problem with suspending a license. They are amazing owner-operators, but you better believe that if they step out of line, I will do what I have to do to protect the community, whether it be in Oakland County, statewide, it doesn't matter. So I hold licensees accountable.
Thank you.
And I hope that you guys understand that these guys are amazing owner-operators and they just want to bring positivity to the community. And if they get a line, I'll be right there.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Anyone else want to come up and speak? Anybody? Okay.
Hello again, Chris Barbat, liquor licensing attorney and gas station operator since 1995. If the board's intent is to have a ultra restrictive ordinance on gas stations and alcohol, then this proposed ordinance accomplishes that. It's actually the most restrictive ordinance that I have seen, and you can attest to that, in the Tri-County area besides for Detroit and Livonia. None of the cities surrounding us in the Tri-County area, from Birmingham, Rochester, Troy, Farmington Hills, West Bloomfield, Berkeley, none of those cities impose these restrictions in their ordinance. Their ordinance, it follows the line of the MLCC's code. This one here, all the lot size, the parking, the prohibiting the sale of single serve, the 750, which is in the MLCC actually 500 feet from a school or property, these restrictions are not in any of the surrounding cities in the Tri-County area besides for Detroit and Livonia. Not only is this proposed ordinance ultra restrictive, but as it stands, as it's proposed currently, we're talking about one gas station in Bloomfield Township that would be allowed to get the license out of 12. So this, I've been here 3 times. We pushed this a couple months to get more residents involved, and I don't think there are many residents that showed up and oppose it, but we did that. We posted publications. We did everything we could to make sure that all the residents knew what was going on, and here we are again, and we're talking about one station out of 12 that can currently comply. We're not a 7-Eleven or a Speedway. We're a family-owned business. We've been in business for 25 years, and we all grew up in the township. My brothers and I, we all graduated from Andover. We all live 3 miles from our 3 stations on Maple and Telegraph and Maple and Losser, and I am there daily at every single one. I start my day at one having coffee, I go to the next, I go to the next. I'm continuously talking to the residents that come into our stations. I may be talking to, at least 500 of them. And here's what I hear from them for the past 10 years that we've been in those stations. We live in Michigan. It's a cold state. I don't want to walk through the Nino Salvaggio parking lot. I don't want to go through a Costco, a Plum, a CVS, a Kroger, fight for a parking spot, go through the 50 aisles that they have, wait in a long line so I can bring home a bottle of wine and enjoy with my family. So, grab a 6-pack of beer to wash during the Lions game, or get a bottle of champagne to celebrate an anniversary or something. They are looking for convenience. Previously, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there were convenience stores. Those have all gone away, and the gas station is now the convenience store. I believe the township residents, from what I'm hearing, and I'm in the stations every day, they're deserving of this convenience. I talk to the men and women in uniform that are in our stations. We offer them free coffee, free donuts. They're in there all the time. I'm talking to them. They don't have any issue with the ordinance. I believe that we reached out to neighboring Birmingham Police Chief of Police. He said that we have no issues with public safety. We have no issues with our stations. The letter that we provided from the Chief of Police of Grosse Pointe also stated the same, that since they added the alcohol, we have no issues. We have no increase in public safety incidents. I've been here, and we were here for the 3 meetings with tea times. Very happy for them. You guys amended an ordinance that restricted that user from selling alcohol on premise. And now, people come in and they drink there, they will be drinking it on premise. They have to get home somehow. We're talking about off premise. We're talking about taking a sealed bottle, a sealed package, home to your house, privacy of your own home. You don't have to get in a car and go anywhere. It's in my opinion, way safer. And if that ordinance was amended by this board, I don't understand how an off-premise is going to be denied. So I just hope that this board understands the points, and if there's any questions, I'm here to answer. And as you can see, we are heavily invested in this community. I believe that our organization is one of the top taxpayers in Bloomfield Township, if not the top taxpayer in Bloomfield Township. Our intent always is to beautify and to help the township with whatever building we touch. And this one here, this concept here is I'm passionate about it, and I hope that the board approves and sees that.
Thank you.
Anyone else here, either from the Chaldean Group, Chaldean Foundation?
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I'm not very good at this, but I don't know whoever doesn't know me. I'm Jim Yaldu. I own the Long Lake and Telegraph Station with auto repair. And my one concern is that if this is approved, which I'm 100% all for it being approved, that I can get a fair, I guess, a fair chance of obtaining a license. I've been licensed with the SDM for over 5 years. I've spent money with attorneys, and I'm insured myself with it. Every year I pay insurance for nothing. But the one ordinance says that if you do auto repair, you can't have it. I just don't understand what the rationality behind that is. Why, if we do auto repair and we can try to meet every other criteria, that we would be denied. So I'm just asking if it is approved, that language could be removed from the ordinance somehow and make it, I guess, level and fair for everybody. That is B3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does anyone else want to come speak?
Good evening. With the trustees back in September, and just want to reiterate, what the commissioner has said and the Barbats have said. But most municipalities in Michigan have already adapted this. Again, we're talking about 1-2 stations that would even qualify for this. So it's not opening up the floodgates for a bunch of other station owners. There's no opportunity to build new gas stations within the township, obviously, because of land and cost. And like the commissioner said, liquor licenses are over $300,000, and it kind of limits, who the applicants are going to be. Again, there's been no public risk with having alcohol sales at fuel stations. And I agree with Mr. Yeldu. I don't see why a service station doing auto repair wouldn't qualify. So I'm here also for any questions. We represent over 1,000 chamber members, many of which are retailers. So this is very near and dear to our heart, and we just want to support our chamber members. Thank you.
Anyone else want to come up and speak? Go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll open up to the board for discussion.
So I appreciate all the extra information tonight, and the extra explanations and the clarifications that Patti has done, and the commissioner coming out to talk to us. Thank you so much, and I feel your passion and your dedication, and that means a lot to me. So I do appreciate that. I am okay with approving this tonight. My only concern, which was one of the things I expressed last time, was that unfortunately for the one owner, I have a concern where there's auto work going on and alcohol sales right there. For the person that might wait, or the temptation for an employee, and accidents and issues. I still have a concern, so I appreciate that is not on here, but otherwise I am in full support, and I really do appreciate all the extra information that came forward tonight.
Have any comments?
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify this, the licensing from the state, this would prohibit on-site consumption, is that right?
I don't understand your question, I'm sorry.
So, like, to Trustee Murray's point now, she's saying she's concerned about the auto repair because I guess the assumption is that somebody would be waiting for their car to be fixed and then they would be drinking the alcohol that they bought. So my question is, with this licensing that they would get from the state of Michigan, on-site consumption would be prohibited?
Yes.
That's correct, yes.
So, we did hear from the, owner here, and understanding that that's against the law, I'm not sure why we would include that in our ordinance, so I would just, open that to the board.
I'm sorry, unfortunately,
No.
public comment.
10 seconds?
Unfortunately, no, public comment's closed. Sorry.
And I just offered, again, doing the research of the ordinance in 2010, it was very specifically because of the concern of introducing alcohol at a gas station at that time in 2010, that there was quite a preamble, if you will, that was part of the ordinance itself, speaking to the potential of loitering, congestion, proximity potentially to residential neighborhoods and so forth. And I specified that in the staff report. That was the most that I could glean from the research that I had at the time of why it was specifically added as a criteria.
Patti, I'm a little confused. One thing that you said, so the current gas stations have special land uses that give them hours. I believe some of these are 24 hours. So they have existing special land use approvals. Would they need a new special land use approval?
Yes, so for them to be eligible for a liquor license, based on the criteria either existing or these proposed, they would have to make an application for a special land use application to come back through the review process of the Planning Commission and the Township Board for your approval, of which then, hours, operation, their program, if you will, would be under your review and approval, which would include hours as well as could be, other criteria.
And if that was not approved, their previous special land use would still be applicable?
That's correct.
Okay. My other question is about the chart that you had. As I'm, again, a little confused with something one of the commenters said, that there would only be one station that would be eligible under, but it should be 3.
Well, there's actually 2.
Two.
Specifically, it'd be 43003 Woodward, which is at Woodward Square Lake. And then it would be the Shell gas station at 6490 Telegraph. The third one potentially was 6495 Telegraph, and that was an asterisk because they presently have a drive-through operation. And because we also have the restriction of a drive-through, they would have to forego the drive-through to be able to pursue a request for the liquor license.
And the other one, which is the 4009 Telegraph, the issue there is the auto service.
That is auto service as well as potential, because we're talking about future, so there'd have to be a commitment of building a 2,000 square foot building.
Okay.
And then, yes, and that would be the only caveat, is that the site plan would be presented that would be able to demonstrate that 2,000 square foot building, and then the elimination of the auto service and repair.
Okay. So those are my questions. I'll just state my comments. That, this is a highly regulated industry, serving alcohol, liquor licenses, et cetera. I think we are over-regulating it based on this proposed ordinance. I think that we're being restrictive to our business owners unnecessarily. I would like to see us approve Ordinance 690 without numbers 7 and, I'm looking at the wrong one. I got it. Roman numerals 5 and 9.
Can you pull that up? What are 5 and 9?
5 is the commercial vehicle service operations, for which customers would wait on the premises for service or repair. Again, as Trustee Faki pointed out, people, if they're waiting for their car, they can't buy alcohol and sit there and drink it. It's not on premise, right? So
I don't have the zoning or the proposed ordinance on the PowerPoint.
Oh, okay.
It's in the packet.
It's in the packet.
I was just wondering
On the
if Sean could
computer,
pull
it's
it up.
page 173.
Yeah, so commercial vehicle, and again, how much can we infantilize people to say that somebody who works on cars is going to take a 15-minute break and go drink something, which again, they can't drink on premise, and then work on cars and hurt themselves or somebody else. So I think that's a little bit absurd. And then the last one is the single service beverages. Again, the way this is worded, it says the sale of single serve beverages containing alcohol is prohibited, including 50 milliliter mini alcohol bottles, but then it's not limited to that. What else are we defining as a single serve beverage? Are we saying that a single can of beer is a single serve beverage?
Yes,
So they can't sell like a 40-ounce can of beer?
correct.
Are you considering it like one serving size?
Serving size, yes.
Well, what's a definition of a serving size?
I'd raised this question or point earlier at the meeting, which was, we were including a single-serve little miniature alcohol bottles, but there's also a lot of single-serve cans, you know, the 28-ounce cans and
40-ounce cans.
40-ounce cans. And if we were prohibiting the single-serve alcohol little mini bottles, then maybe do the same thing for those too. But not like a six-pack or.
Right, like
Or a
something
bottle of
that
wine.
traditionally comes in a grouping. Like
Exactly.
you don't often buy 12 bottles of wine, but you often buy 6 or more beers.
What if
so
somebody
one
just
by
wants to
itself
buy
would be
one
weird.
and they want to go home and drink it? You going to make them buy 6?
No,
No,
full bottle.
no.
Not
With
a small bottle.
bottle.
What's a full bottle? What do you mean a full bottle? A full bottle of beer?
So with beer, I think you were saying, yeah, 6
Yeah,
Correct.
yes.
Yes, a can of beer.
Yeah, it's just a
Is a
single can of
is
beer.
a single can of beer is a single-serve beverage. Are we
That's correct.
restricting that?
That's
Yes.
correct.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
this was built off of the Gross Point one where it was the 6 packs.
We are unnecessarily restraining commerce, and it bothers me.
Would you still be open to keeping in the little shooter shot ones that are excessively?
I mean, again, I mean, I'm willing to compromise on that and say,
The reason what police have told me on this one is because I reached out, this has been something we've been dealing with for many, many years, even as trustees, and I reached out to different communities that have it and asked why they left that in. It's because it's very easy to sneak that at a light. It's very hard to sneak a larger one. So that guarantees not drinking. To them, it was a safer to avoid drinking and driving. But it was basically just the shooters that they were talking about. This was a newer concept of one beer type thing, but it was, those were easier to hide.
and somebody could buy a fifth of vodka and open it at the red light too. I mean, it's this, I mean, come on.
Yeah.
So anyway,
What are you
that's,
thinking?
I mean, so again, I would feel more comfortable supporting this, removing Roman numerals 5 and 9. You know, obviously the other one, we want to keep it away from schools, building size. I mean, again, I'm all for protecting the community, but I think we're being a tad bit restrictive here unnecessarily. So that's my view.
And I would just add to that with regard to the prohibition on the drive-throughs. I also think that that's an unnecessary prohibition. So I would be in favor of removing the auto repair, the drive-through, and I have similar feelings as Treasurer Schostak with regard to the single serve, because ultimately I look at what is the rationale behind that. So if we're saying, okay, we're okay with selling spirits, beer, wine, why then are we getting into the quantity of that or?
Yeah. The one thing I would add to that, I agree with you. The one thing I would add to that is if we say that the drive-through cannot, like, in the case of the drive-through at the one with the Tim Hortons, it's a Tim Hortons. You can't buy what the gas station convenience store sells. It's a Tim Hortons. It's a separate sublet business. So if you have a drive-through that doesn't sell the alcohol, you can't buy the alcohol through the drive-through, then I think that should be allowed. I don't think we should be allowed to sell drive-through liquor.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And I think
there was a great place in Ann Arbor when I went to school there. that sold But that's Ann Arbor. We're not, you know.
I think some of the concern with the small miniatures is that a miniature is a much heavier level of alcohol volume. So a small one of those, you know, it is equivalent to a beer in terms of that. And my issue with the service station where they do the work isn't just that there'd be a customer sitting there, is that the convenience to potentially, an employee, and then they're working on a car, it's a danger to them, it's a danger to the person's car.
I would just add to that, we've heard comments about how expensive it is to get the liquor license in the first place, the fact that it can be revoked. I would venture to say that the owner of that business is not going to be okay with their employee violating state law and consuming the alcohol on site.
Well, right, but that's the whole thing, is that I'm sure they're not going to approve of their employee doing it, but people do stuff. People go out and have, nooners and then go back to work. But working on a car is a little more serious. And honestly, you say, well, it's not legal, so they can't do it. People drunk drive all the time, and I served on a drunk driving jury. I have an issue with our attitude in society towards drunk drivers and getting them off. And so the more opportunity is the issue. And we've had, as Trustee Barnett said last time, a history of being a little more restrictive. And I appreciate what you said, other than Detroit and Livonia is more restrictive. So we're not the only ones. And I don't know that that's a bad thing to be careful.
Just devil's advocate, that at that service station where there's auto repair, they could walk 100 yards to the Kroger.
Correct. So let them walk to Kroger
Their
then.
break and then do the same thing. So
They're still drinking is what Michael's saying. They're still, it's
I
kind of
understand.
like.
That's
the
a
person
separate
selling
issue,
it to
totally
you.
separate
That's
issue.
the convenience and the temptation. If you've had an alcoholic in your family, you might understand.
So I'm going to be honest, I am the child of an alcoholic, and he was a lawyer. And he was not an out, so I guess my issue is.
Don't throw it on the lawyers.
No, but I'm saying is just because he wasn't an auto mechanic doesn't make him better. And I guess I never really thought about this until you brought it up. Why do we have the auto mechanic is not trusted near it, but the guy treating your medicine as a pharmacist who might screw up my mother's medicine is allowed to be near alcohol all day long? And I got to tell you, until you said that if you were a child of an alcoholic or something, now you've hit me where I am, and my dad was a lawyer, and he was an alcoholic, and I'm sorry, but I can't say now that auto mechanics are any different than anyone else.
Well, except that they're putting in jeopardy that person. My son owns an auto shop. They're
So
putting
is an
in jeopardy
alcoholic
that
who's
person's
a-
car that they just
So is a
worked on.
person giving medicine to my mother from CVS, from Costco, from Rite Aid, from Kroger's. Every pharmacist who gives medicine and could kill somebody with the wrong dose is allowed to be near it. So why isn't the auto, and honestly, until this came up, I never really thought about it. But now you're right, like why are we treating auto mechanics different than anybody else who's around liquor? Why do we assume they're gonna be these crazy drinkers compared to everybody else?
Couple things. Number one, if we're looking at the gas stations as a convenience store, which I understand, it's become more than a convenience store when you're servicing automobiles. So it's a convenience store and automobiles. But that's my opinion on that. But getting back to Michael, and you're saying it's too restrictive. I think we need to be restrictive. I really do. And the Planning Commission, as you know, put a great deal of effort and time into how do we go from not allowing any gas stations having a liquor license, beer and wine, and being extremely so restrictive that we don't allow sale of any of those, to where we can get to the point where we allow the sale of some, that we allow some gas stations to have the license to sell. So it is a huge compromise, and yes, it's restrictive. The way it's presented, I will approve. I would vote yes, but I was also on the board, as you know, when we totally restricted this, when it went to the Supreme Court, and we fought and we won because we felt it was so strong. So, yeah, I'm willing to compromise because I think it's a really great proposal that will help us move from being totally restrictive to still being more restrictive than most communities, which I have no problem with. It's Bloomfield Township. We do have our standards. And I certainly, as I said, will vote yes on this as proposed. I will oppose all these different changes to it, which is unfortunate because I think it's been a great job that you've done, Patti, to bring this to the board and to try and get some consensus. And I think this does get the consensus, going from total one extreme to the other. This is a compromise, the way it's presented. And as I said, I will vote yes on it if it stays the way it is. Otherwise, I'll vote no.
Well, and I think, Patti, we talked about this at the last meeting, or 2 meetings back, and we said what our concerns were. And I think Patti took that in and came back with a very positive proposal and a compromise, and it would allow a couple of our gas stations to move forward. And the other thing is that the only other station that would qualify for this also doesn't have the square footage of the store space, so they have multiple issues. But I would like to approve it as presented and let our 2 locations move forward.
I'm willing to make, go ahead. I'm
Well,
sorry.
no, we still have a couple of people who haven't talked.
Okay.
We're not
Want
quite
to go,
there.
Chris, before?
Yeah.
Well,
Sure. So first, I wanted to thank you for putting in the extra effort. I know from the last meeting, we asked you to put more information out there for public comment, put it on Facebook, put it in the newsletter, and as one of the commenters said, we did provide extra time, and the only feedback we got were people that had vested interest in it. So our community is not, coming here saying they're vehemently opposed this plan. So I appreciate you taking the extra time and the patience for our business owners as we work through that. I am more in line with Trustee Barnett in terms of being restricted at first. Similar to Grosse Point, as we start to do this, this is a new uncharted territory for the township. So as we try to expand our network, I think this is a great start. And then we can start to see the impact on the community. And like Michael says, be less restrictive. But we should start someplace. We have to do baby steps. And if we start to see very little impact, this is a great time for us to revisit it with a new board. But again, as Michael said, I don't want to restrict our businesses or our ability for commerce. We already have several layers of government that do that. At the same token, we have a vested interest in our community, and we have 10 years ago, 14 years ago, went all the way to the Supreme Court because we felt so strongly. So we should tread into this water slowly, but continuing to be advocates for our residents, our business owners, and work towards that common goal. So similar to Trustee Barnett, I will support this plan as is.
Again, reiterate what's been said. I appreciate all the extra work and hearing what we said and bringing that back. Thank you, Patti. And the folks that are here appreciate that, and the business that you do in this community is just fabulous. Thank you. I'll support the way it is. I also would support removing 2 and 5. I like 9. As far as to me, I see that as a baby step thing. 9, if this all works, maybe we take out 9 too. But I agree, we could make 2 that just says no drive-through operation to sell beer, wine, liquor, or other alcoholic beverages. And I don't, if we're going to allow this, the rule about no vehicle service operations doesn't make sense to me. If we take those 2 out, there's still only 4 out of the total, I don't even know what the total is, 10, 12, 12. So I would support as is and certainly be open to coming back and adjusting to take 2 and 5 off. Of course, people could propose to take 9 off too. I just don't, I think keeping 9 for the time being makes sense, the single serve issue. But I could support either adopting as is or adopting it with removing 2 and changing 2 as I suggested and removing 5.
So changing to Michael's point of the drive-through can't allow liquor sales.
Right.
But you could still sell Tim Hortons.
Sure.
I think Chris's comments are very reasonable, and certainly to see how it does and see if there's any issues. And of course, it could always be revisited, but I think this is a starting point, and I don't think a starting point includes taking these other issues off the table.
So Martin, you're still very strongly behind number 9. Can we at least limit it to just the mini 50 milliliter bottles? I'd say that's the single, that's the definition.
I actually prefer the
you prefer
the wider
the broader definition.
I do. I mean,
And that's something that is established in other areas of typical packaging versus individual packaging.
No, I mean,
And actually, that was a suggestion also by the people who have vested interest. They were okay even with that.
probably takes up a lot of space in
in on one
refrigerators.
Go ahead.
I know there's a lot of discussion about these particular three. My concern is more procedural as a zoning ordinance amendment. This has been published. It was set for a public hearing. And, it's gone to the Planning Commission with most of these. It's now been up for a second time to add one provision, which kind of a minor thing, but now you're talking about removing a lot. And I understand there may be support for that tonight at this public hearing, but that hasn't been presented globally to the entire public. So I'd be cautious about amending too much language on here, or you could run into problems
You're right, that
with the
might-
public hearing
Not only
requirements.
with the public, but that might go against what the Planning Commission.
Right.
Well, isn't there a difference between adding versus removing?
Not really. It's still a change.
Okay.
That's what was presented to the
Because
public.
there might be people that are fine with it as drafted that didn't show up tonight. But if you take away some more regulations, then they might show up. I get, that's the argument anyway.
Well, and similar to how one of our commenters said, is we didn't have any public come here and against it, but that was as presented. So again, if we can adopt it as is, we give our public more time to decide if they want to make amendments to it as we continue to sharpen this ordinance, which again, I think is already a great start.
And I was going to say, if there is a desire to remove all three of these sections, maybe the thing to do would be republish it for yet another public hearing.
I
think it's
just
time.
to be on the safe side.
I think you guys are right, that like this is our first step. We don't want to get in the way of commerce, like Michael said. We don't want to upset anybody who might have come out if they would have known the Planning Commission was going to approve something different, or
Well, it's kind of like the Lakes ordinance, we went for it, we got part of it, we took it, and we want to go back and try and, adjust from there. But in the meantime, we had that victory. I think we need to let these businesses move forward tonight, because if from what Mark is saying, we shouldn't be slicing and dicing this because it was a public hearing, then I think we need to approve it as presented.
Any other comments?
anyone?
I'm ready to make a motion that we approve this as presented, the exact language as presented to the board.
Two motions.
Okay, right.
Ordinance 690.
And also to approve ordinance 692.
But let's do the
You want to do
motion
the
to
first-
approve
okay.
690 first.
Okay, 690. So, okay, let's start over. I make a motion that we approve ordinance 690 as presented.
Support.
Motion by trustee Barnett, support by trustee Kalinsky. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes.
And then a motion to approve the zoning ordinance 692 as presented.
Support.
Motion by trustee Barnett, support by trustee Murray. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? That does pass.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Next, we have our public hearing for consideration of consideration of site plan and
Well,
special
I know
land
he
use
did.
proposal for Bloomfield Athletic Training Complex, 764-888 Denison Court. This is one near and dear to my heart because this is the Olympic Training Center. Did Mr. Mazer make it on time? No? It's in Montana? Well, we have wonderful other representatives here.
Business card. You can go see them all
Yeah,
in
this
one.
is. you guys
Well,
all
this is
set?
exciting.
You guys ready?
This is business.
Hey guys, they're going to start.
Yeah.
All right,
We're
so
ready.
this is our Olympic
We're very
Training
ready.
Center. We're super excited. And we'll start with Deputy Director Bibby.
Thank you very much. Andrea, Bibby from the Planning Division. I'm here this evening to present a site plan and special land use. This is a pretty exciting project that the Township has worked very closely with the property owners of both the Detroit Skating Club and the Bloomfield Tennis and Fitness to come together with a consolidated site plan for their properties located here. It would be north of Square Lake off It's looking a little bit late, my directions. It's north of Square Lake, off Denison Court, off Franklin Road. This is on the west side of Franklin Road, and you can see it highlighted here on your screen. The subject properties that we're talking about there's just where it says Denison Court, we're talking about the tennis club, which is located there to the south, as well as the Detroit Skating Club, which is located to the left of the screen, and then to the north of the screen, you'll see two older buildings, if you will, and those are actually proposed as part of this project to be demolished, and that would be the location of a new field house, which is part of this application. So here you can see the overlay of these properties. You can see the blue on the screen indicates that these properties are Research Park. Research Park does allow for this proposed use. Actually, we have existing uses that are looking to expand. That they do allow, the Research Park does allow recreational and training uses, and it does comply, this proposal does comply with the conditions stated within our zoning ordinance that specifies that these uses must be fully enclosed and located at least 100 feet from residential property, so they do meet that criteria. So with that, I can show you here on the screen, we have an overall site plan. You can see the rectangular field house denoted as Building A on the screen. That is the location that I just pointed out on the aerial, in which I showed the two smaller buildings that are proposed to be demolished to make room for an approximately 128,000 square foot multi-purpose sports facility. The intention of adding this building is to allow the property owners to really expand as well as their training for various sports activities, whether it be baseball, football, soccer, lacrosse. It is going to be a multi-sport field house, which will be used for training purposes. Along with the overall proposal, they are looking to add on approximately 4,000 square feet, which is highlighted on the screen. We're looking at the Detroit Skating Club. They are looking to add approximately 4,100 square feet. That 4,100 square feet includes the kind of the turquoise rectangulars, which would be located on the east side in the front of the Detroit Skating Club in that drop-off area that you see highlighted, as well as a portion there to the south of the site, which is highlighted as well in that same color. That represents the proposed additions to the existing Detroit Skating Club, as well as lastly Building B, which is the Bloomfield Tennis and Fitness Club. They are seeking to add, and this is an interesting part of the proposal, and an important part of the proposal, is they are seeking to do an addition to their building, which is also going to include 56 units to accommodate athletic dormitories for athletes that are coming in internationally, all over the world, that come to Bloomfield Township to do training, which is actually very, very exciting. So to be honest with you, our applicants are a lot better in sharing the excitement of this project than I am, because it is really an expansion of an incredibly talented programs that they already have, and now they're just expanding it. And as Dani had mentioned, the reason behind the incentive for this project is so the campus can consider themselves and apply for get Olympic certification to be a certified training center. So that is part of the intention and why the dormitories are being added, as you can see, and that's highlighted in kind of that pink salmon color that would be located to the east of Building B. That is the area that I'm referring to, where the dormitories would be added. And I also do want to note that as part of that proposal, there will be parking that would be located beneath there as well, which would have safe, secure parking access for those athletes that are coming in to stay here in the township. So in terms of the entrance to the site, the property, there was actually a vacation back in Denison Court. So now we can get into kind of the nitty-gritty of the project, is that back in 2014, a portion of Denison Court was actually vacated, and right-of-way was abandoned, and the Road Commission of Oakland County, and subsequently a 2015 vacation, it was also vacated by the Township in 2015. As part of this proposal, the RCOC would like the additional right-of-way to be dedicated, and when I'm talking, let me go to the site plan so I can be very specific. Part of the design criteria and the result of the discussions and the vacation with the Oakland County Road Commission have to do specifically with this turnaround that's located at the entrance into the campus. So the Oakland County Road Commission is requesting that they do have public right-of-way access of approximately 100 feet by 100 feet of this vacated area to allow them to access it for maintenance. As part of the abandonment, the RCOC feels that the maintenance of the storm sewer should be turned over to the property owners. So this is also another agreement with the RCOC has to do with maintenance of the storm water. There has been, as the representative is here as well, that could speak probably better to this than I can, but there has been many years of discussion between the Road Commission of Oakland County and the property owners here as it relates to this vacation, more specifically ownership and management of the stormwater system and what would be required as part of this application. So I can get a little bit further into that, but I just want to point out that that is one area in which there would be an easement that would be granted to RCOC to allow them to access that 100-foot by 100-foot square area near the entrance into the site. There is no proposed changes in terms of the drive aisles and access, the width drive aisles getting into the site. What they are adding is you can see highlighted in the green is the landscaping that's being added to the site. I will also note that some of the configuration of the parking spaces are being redesigned, if you will, and restriped to accommodate. The applicants worked very closely with the fire marshal to ensure that there's safe access to the site, and you can see highlighted on the site plan that there is in fact a full 26-foot wide fire access lane, which is being provided around the entire perimeter of the proposed field house. I know that our fire marshal, I can say personally, is very, very happy with the ability for them to be able to accomplish this, as well as their needs, to be able to suit their needs, as well as operating their site. So in addition to that, as I stated, the common entrance into the site, the intention really with the design was to kind of create more of a campus type environment. So the intention is the landscape plan is identified to highlight columnar, more of a narrow style tree, which also was a recommendation from the fire marshal in terms of accessibility and visibility, to kind of have more of a boulevard type of entrance, campus type entrance. So very well thought out, I think, in terms of the design, and it kind of, what it does is takes currently a site, it really adds more of a campus type of feel. As you can see here, as I stated earlier, as I mentioned, our fire marshal, the applicant has provided and has satisfied the various turn movements that would be required from the fire marshal. We always, our standard is that they always have to meet the requirement of our largest fire truck to make sure they're able to access the site. And so they, as provided here, you can see that the applicant did meet that criteria. Before I get into the building actual elevations and materials, I'd like to talk a little bit more about the on-site parking and site circulation. The proposed site plan shows a total of 485 parking spaces. If we were to look at the zoning ordinance requirements, just a blank, black and white, numbers to numbers, square footage, they would be required to have 513 parking spaces. The applicant did provide a shared parking study, which will be required, especially in this instance. There is quite a unique variety of activities that are occurring and have different peak times and different activities. So that's the intention of that shared parking study that was provided by the applicant's traffic engineer, which did indicate within that shared parking study that the 485 parking spaces would accommodate the parking requirement of the training complex. I also want to note that the township's traffic consultant agrees that applying the monthly and hourly variations to the total number of vehicles generated by the development, that any peak time, the actual requirement would be 379 parking spaces. So that's the benefit of that shared parking analysis, is having the traffic engineer being able to determine, based on those uses, based on the staggering of those uses, that the actual peak demand on a typical weekday would be 379 parking spaces. So with the 485 provided on site, the determination is that the results are acceptable. And I do want to note that our planning commission, our zoning ordinance does allow for the planning commission to accept this parking requirement as long as it is accepted by our traffic engineer. So I do want to say that the planning commission did have an opportunity to review this and did approve the shared parking analysis as presented. Again, it's noted that the existing drive aisles and parking areas are not being expanded and they will be resurfaced and restriped as part of the proposal. Speaking about the landscaping, as I stated earlier, I think this is really kind of the best overall visual view of that landscaping. The landscape plan was reviewed by our landscape architect following some input from the Planning Commission. The applicants did come back. They revised their landscape plan. They are including a variety of trees. Armstrong maple trees along the main drive have been changed to autumn blaze maples, to Armstrong maples, to offer I think that's how you say it, columnar shape to better suit access as requested, because they have existing conditions, they have confines of their current layout, so hence the challenges to work through all these things, and it has been, we've worked together for years, quite honestly, to get to this proposal. So with that, I do want to point out that as part of the proposal, there is quite a significant grade change to the property to the north, which is necessitating a 14-foot retaining wall, which will be interior facing to the site. I can highlight it here on your screen. This is the location of that 14-foot retaining wall. I do want to note, because it is interior facing to the site, our zoning ordinance does not require a variance be granted because it is interior only to the site. I do know that there has been long conversations and with the property owner, which is Mr. Gowling to the north. He's well aware of this proposal and has verbally indicated that he has no concerns or issues with the retaining wall. That's just a force of nature. It's a very significant grade change there. In terms of the building themselves, just to kind of highlight what these proposals were, as a result, I just want to say as a result of the combination of these properties with the existing and proposed buildings for the creation of a single development parcel, the new site plan does have existing non-conforming conditions, which we accept existing non-conforming conditions as long as they don't touch and change those. So there are some existing conditions on the site that were non-conforming, parking lot setbacks, maybe some, I think it was the front yard setback was, actually no, that was a variance that was created because of the cul-de-sac. That was a new variance. But the applicant did take their variances to the Zoning Board of Appeals and were successfully granted their variances, and you can see a highlight of that within your staff report, that those variances were in fact granted. In terms of considerations for a special land use, as this is a special land use, you have the criteria for special land use, which are drawn out here within your packet. We look at any impacts that this use may have to adjacent properties, noting that there's no additional noise anticipated that would be not associated with the customarily use of this property. The light poles are proposed to illuminate the ground surface only. Light poles will not exceed 20 feet in height as measured from grade to the top of the fixture. That is in compliance with our zoning ordinance. Wall pack fixtures are shown to illuminate the building facade and entrances. A photometric plan has been submitted which complies with the ordinance requirements. In terms of the aesthetics of the buildings and the additions, This is, first and foremost, this is the addition to the Detroit Skating Center Club. This is approximately 2 smaller additions equaling about 4,100 square feet. The applicant is looking to be consistent with their current architecture using a brown and beige brick facade with beige ephes panels. And you can see that they're also proposing more of a larger style main entrance, which will also be accompanied by a defined pickup and drop-off area, which is also highlighted here on your screen and flanked with some landscaping as well. So in terms of the aesthetics of the, and here's the interior floor plan of the Detroit Skate Club and the proposed building materials. As you can see, color schemes, the brown, black, the entire site plan essentially ties together all the same colors. So this is the proposed addition to the Bloomfield Tennis and Fitness Club, which includes the dormitories that I talked about earlier. You can see that the addition, again, mirrors the coloring and materials of the existing materials found on the Bloomfield Tennis and Fitness Club. And this includes, this is the location of the new dormitory living. The dormitories, which have been provided here, you can see an overall layout. And then also you can see on the far right the proposed underground parking or at-grade parking that we, floor level parking that we discussed earlier. Again, here's the example of the building materials, again staying in the same color range as the skating club. And then lastly, the new field house. As I stated earlier, the intention is to utilize this for training of various sports. And this is something that, from my understanding, has kind of been on a wish list for quite a while for the property owners. So I know that they're very enthused about the addition of this and what that will mean to the expansion of their ability to train and offer those additional services to their clientele. In terms of the aesthetics, as I stated, are pretty much to remain the same. This is the interior of the field house. Pretty basic. And then this is also the front view of these are the buildings of the new field house, but I do believe that this field house rendering, this is the field house rendering. Slightly different, that one. And then this refers to that retaining wall that I referred to earlier, just showing the schematic of the brick retaining wall that is to be constructed along that northerly property line. Also do want to note too that they are adding dumpster enclosures, which are required as part of our zoning ordinance. Landscape plan, as I highlighted earlier, in terms of that boulevard entrance. I think with the little green that they had to work with, they were able to get as much landscaping onto the site, I think, as humanly possible, and certainly will provide a nice view shed, I think, as you're pulling into the site. So adding some, additional landscaping within those landscape islands and those landscape beds on site will definitely be an enhancement as well. And this is the photometric study, as I stated earlier, indicating where light fixtures are to be located and what their the impact and their outflow is from those locations. If you've never studied a photometric plan, that's essentially showing what the light output would be within at a dark night view. And then here you can see some current photos of the site. And those light poles are going to be replaced with nice new light poles. So with that, I am more than happy to answer any questions. I do want to point out, again, that this did have an opportunity to be reviewed by our various departments. As I stated earlier, the fire department issuing that they had no additional comments. Any additional comments or signage that may be required will be handled at the time of a building permit submittal. Police department has no objections. Environmental and engineering department noted that the revised preliminary site plan was found to be satisfactory and recommend approval to the site plan to the Planning Commission, Township Board, and also HRC, our Township engineering consultant, finds the site plans acceptable, providing that all remaining comments are addressed at the time of engineering plan review. So with that, I have provided you the motion at the August 21st, 2024 Design Review Board meeting, in which this proposal was favorably forwarded on to the Planning Commission. On September 16th, 2024, the Planning Commission also had an opportunity to review it, and their motion is also included within your packet. And then we also have included in here the results of the October 8th, 2024 Zoning Board of Appeals, in which variances were granted for the site plan. And lastly, on page 7 of your staff report, there is a list of conditions that we would ask that the Township Board consider the following as it relates to the motion: compliance with the requirements of township departments, compliance with the requirements of the township landscape architect, complying with the requirements of the township's traffic engineering, including seeking required approval and permits for all right-of-way improvements by the RCOC. Existing drive aisles and parking areas should be resurfaced and restriped as part of the overall development. Seeking approval for signage from the Design Review Board. And lastly, submission of a reciprocal easement and maintenance agreement that identifies 764 through 782, 799, 800, and 888 Denison Court properties. With that, again, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Before we do questions, again, it's a public hearing, so first we're going to have the applicants, if you want to come up and add anything, and then we'll open the public hearing.
Thank you very much. My name is Dennis Cowan. I'm with the law firm Plunkett Cooney, and I'm here on behalf of the applicants this evening. With me are Jay Parks, who's representing the Bloomfield Tennis Club and Fieldhouse groups, and also Matthew Mason, who is a member of the board of directors of the Detroit Skating Club, and our architect of record, Brandon Kritzman, who is with the Detroit Architectural Group. First, I want to thank Andrea for an excellent presentation and very comprehensive. So I'm going to be brief, but first I want to say I go to a lot of municipal meetings. You've taken on a lot of heavy stuff tonight. I mean, this was about 3 meetings worth of work in one night, and I applaud you. So we hope we save the best for last, and maybe a little bit lighter, and maybe something to share with you that's really important for the township and recreational needs, not only for residents, but also for those in southeastern Michigan and well beyond. First, I want to mention about the Detroit Skating Club. Celebrating their 75th anniversary as a member of U.S. Figure Skating. I know they're having your gala on November 30th. I think tickets are still available. Go to the website. I'll make a plug for that. But also, as was referenced by Andrea, they are one of 11 centers of excellence in the world as certified by the International Skating Union, which is their Olympic and international governing body. The dormitories are important because one of the criteria into the future, as we understand it, are that you have living quarters that athletes can stay at within walking distance. So that's the need for those, as well as we believe at some point we'll have some of the athletes using the Fieldhouse facilities, also using that dormitory. So that is the reason for that, and I think Detroit Skating Club very deserving of that Center of Excellence designation. If we were to talk about all the Olympic and national champions they produce there, we'd be here another hour, and you can look that up on their website. But no, they have just outstanding programs that go from beginning all the way to training of Olympic and national athletes. So we want to acknowledge there's been many people over the years who have contributed to this 10-year effort. Mr. Mazur unfortunately couldn't be here tonight. He's been here every step of the way, but we know he's with us in spirit as he flies from Montana. But we are pleased to present you with what we believe is the premier athletic campus in the state of Michigan when completed. It will cover ice sports, field sports, and racket sports, all within walking distance of one another. While each facility will still be separately owned and operated, the entities are sharing parking. They're going to be coordinating signage, coordinating events so they don't overlap too badly, especially the skating club, which has a lot of events. So, but this will cover, as I've mentioned, training for everyone from beginner to Olympic to professional levels. The field house is a true, what we call practice and play facility. It doesn't have any stands for people to come watch. So this is not an event-driven facility. This is a true training facility, and it will cover soccer, lacrosse, some football training, we think primarily at the professional level. And there's also, if you saw, a baseball diamond with a small outfield. You really can't play a game there, but particularly in the winter, that will be very helpful for training of baseball athletes. So we want to thank the planning staff, Patti and Andrea in particular. They have been along with us on this journey. And also all your departments, because each department we talked to, the project got a little bit better. And I think that's important. There's always a good dialogue. Finally, your design review board, your planning commission, and zoning board of appeals, correct me if I'm wrong, they were all unanimous, I think. I recall.
30, yeah.
Yeah. No, we hope that we can accomplish that this evening. I guess you'd call this the quadfecta. I can only say to you, there is no place left for us to go in the township. We have been to every board and committee that you have, and we also made a detour down the road on Lasher there to the Oakland County Road Commission to get everything straightened out with our underground storm management along Denison Court, and that has all been signed, sealed, and delivered with them, and that will be under their jurisdiction and review into the future. So I'm going to stop there, and our team, anybody, we're ready to answer any questions that you have. Brandon had a full presentation ready, but Andrea, you did a great job. So you got
he's the architect.
All the pictures, but if you have any questions for us, we'll be glad to answer them.
So before we do that, I have to
your
legally
public
open
hearing,
the
right.
public comment. Is there anybody here from the public that wants to comment? So I'll close the public comment. Before I open it up to questions from the board, I want to thank, there's these 4 gentlemen that are amazing that were part of this. Like you already mentioned, Steve Mazur was not here. I believe Jason, is it Dungeon? Dungeon?
Well, I'm Matthew Mason, but he was.
Okay, but I mean, he was in with you. I want to just give credit to all of you that have come together. And really to give a shout out, because they don't get many very often. Gary Petrovich at RCOC is my ally who helped this go forward. When I first started, I said, what kind of projects are on the shelf? What can we work on? And this was there, and I couldn't believe it was shelved. So you guys have been trying for so long, because it literally was bringing entities together that never seemed to get along in the past. So Gary being a hockey fan, so actually DSC was a big one that I pulled him with. Gary Petrovich helped me with encouraging Oakland County Board of Commissioners to sign. So that contract, just so you guys know, it's not just a little bit. Our COC board had to approve it. Oakland County Commissioners had to approve it. WRC had to worry about stormwater. So this was 3 large entities in addition that you all patiently worked through. So I want to just give a shout out to every single one of you. This is our baby, and it's going to go forward. So go ahead and open it up.
I was just going to say it's a phenomenal project. Thank you to all of you and to our department heads, our building department, Patti and Andrea. And the Planning Commission presentation was great. This was even better. You got it down. It's a fantastic project. It's putting us more on the map. We should all be very proud when this is built. And it's certainly going to be a great attraction, to athletes all over the world, like you said. And it's going to be beautiful. So should be very proud of it.
Well, so as a trustee, I have not seen this because I haven't caught it on a design review board or anything that I fill in for. So I was reading this at home just over the weekend, and I was like, wow, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's like, and I'm like sitting there going backwards and forwards over like, which buildings are we getting rid of? I think it's an amazing complex. The fact that you kind of shortened up Denison Road, so you made it a campus feel. The landscaping, the whole thing. My niece was a contender for the Olympics and used to stay with a host family because her family was from, I think, Grand Rapids. And because, how could she be over here? And so the dormitories, amazing idea. And I think it's going to be phenomenal. I'm proud that we have it in Bloomfield Township. So thank you.
Anyone else want to?
I think this is great. I appreciate the investment in our community. Thank you for being patient with us to bring this attraction here. Again, adding additional recreation for not only the people in our area, but people that want to come here and become part of this hub. You guys are already, world-renowned for your skating, and this just adds another thing, thing in your portfolio of what you guys can provide. So I'm very excited about this.
Yeah, I would just add, really want to commend the team. They reached out to me. I'm not sure when it was at this point, but to me, it showed really the foresight that they had, the planning that went into this project. So again, I really want to commend everybody on their hard work. And of course, as a zoning board member, I know how hard Patti and Andrea work, and you always get the accolades from the applicants because I know how much work you do to help them and make sure that they bring the best project to the board. So thank you for that.
And I know I normally don't make motions, but this one is one that I personally want to.
Actually,
But okay, this one I'm gonna do.
Are you guys staying as separate entities?
Yes.
Business entities? And are you rebranding as the Bloomfield Athletic Training Complex, or is that just like a working title? Like, is it still, is the building still going to say Detroit Skating Club?
Right now, it's a working title, but, we're going to try to associate that in some form with the entrance signage, and then the signage will be somewhat uniform, but directing people to DSC, and then to the field house, and also to the tennis club. So
Okay, so it'll still say tennis club, it'll still say DSC?
Yes, we're still going to have separate,
Okay.
separate entities and separate organizations.
Yeah,
So.
no, this is a great project, as everybody has said. I've recently started spending time at the tennis center as my daughter's taking lessons there. And I've been assured that she'll be an Olympic quality athlete.
Right.
You could send her to this.
And she'll get a Division I scholarship. No, I'm just kidding. So thank you guys for everything, and I look forward to supporting this.
So unless there's any further discussion, I would love to make a motion that we approve the special land use for the Bloomfield Athletic Training Complex as presented.
Support.
Oh, and the site plan as presented, sorry. So motion by Supervisor Walsh.
Support.
And support by Trustee Murray. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That does pass.
I just say everybody should go back to the Planning Commission minutes and listen to Jason's presentation.
Yes.
It was very moving, and I really impacted, me. So as a member of the community, I would suggest you go
It
back and listen to
was.
Jason's presentation.
The historical background to it was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Thank you. And tonight I just saw on Channel 4, Troy is building a cricket field. So this area, we're getting into everything international. I mean, I really think, because the athletes at Detroit Skating Club in particular, they compete around the world. Everybody comes here, and people from here go to other parts of the world, and so I think it's quite amazing, and I think it speaks well of our entire region, but particularly the township and the kind of facilities you're going to have here. Thank you very much.
Curling club.
Troy is not paying for that.
What's that?
I said Troy is not paying for that. It's coming from state.
Yeah.
It was,
Okay.
it
Well,
was
that's a
an
good
earmark
point.
in the last budget.
Okay.
So maybe some state reps you could get some money for your
We'll start talking to them.
Congratulations.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next we have
Take
our
care.
Treasurer's Quarterly
Luck.
Report presented by Treasurer Schostak.
All right. This is an unusual spot for me. I'm usually at the top of the agenda, but I was asked to move to the bottom, so I'll keep this short. This is the report that I bring to the board every quarter. As you see in your packet, and I have color-coded it this time, there are 3 categories of funds that we manage. The first are operating funds. That's basically our checking account and all of our immediately available reserves, and we hold those in money markets, bank CD, local government investment pools, and fixed income securities. So basically, very safe, very liquid. As was pointed out earlier, we are generating a lot of interest. And in the last quarter, we generated over $1.1 million of interest. The second category are what I call fiduciary directed investment accounts. These are the pension plan and the retiree health care plan that we manage on behalf of our retirees and future retirees. We had a very good quarter in our equities accounts as the stock market did extremely well and has only continued to do well since October 1st. So hopefully, it'll stay and we'll have good news as of 12/31, which is our next quarter. So you see our pension plan and our retiree health care plan. And those are mostly the equities, and then the retiree health care includes a bond fund as well. And then the last category are what I call the participant-directed investment accounts. These are the accounts where basically we are the trustee and the custodian for our employees, our active employees' retirement accounts, the 401A plan, and the 457 deferred compensation plan. So these are the funds that our employees are putting away out of their checks and money that we're setting aside as well. And so we don't direct how these funds are invested. Each employee can direct what mutual funds they want. We basically create a menu of mutual funds that they can invest in. So I'm constantly monitoring the performance of those mutual funds to make sure that we're giving our employees a good range of funds and good, performing funds to invest in. But ultimately, which funds the employees invest in is completely up to them. And of course, this also includes the retiree health savings plan. So statutorily, I'm required to give a report, and I just did that. So entertain any questions, or we can move on.
Questions for Michael?
Let's move on.
All right, so we have next is approved payroll and vouchers for November 11th. Unless there's any comments, I'd look for a motion.
So moved.
Motion by trustee Kalinsky.
Support.
Support by trustee Murray. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Before we go to the next one, I want to give a chance to a fellow board member as well as myself who will be leaving tonight to share any words.
Oh, and I wanted to comment too. I was going to say before you go to adjournment, I want to say something if I'm allowed to. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's start with Stephanie.
So I will just say that it has been an honor to serve on this board, and to thank the cohort of our community members that were here today. And really my message to the community is to always work to be an asset, work to be a problem solver, and to always stand for what's right, and to always thank God first and foremost. So thanks, Dani.
Also, she went really quick. I have to admit that mine's a little longer because I was worried I would forget something. So I'm just actually, if you wouldn't mind entertaining me, I just want to read something that I had put out on Facebook recently because people had asked, what's going on? We haven't heard from you. So I just want to say thank you to the Bloomfield Township community for allowing me to serve you. I've been on the board now for 8 years, and it's just today that I had a chance to reflect and let it sink in that my time is over. I'm overwhelmed with a sense of gratitude and thanks, as well as pride in what we accomplished together. Although there's been so much more we had planned for the third term, in the 8 years we truly moved mountains together. The last 8 years have been an honor to serve residents, employees, business owners, service providers, and the community at large. Looking back, 8 years ago I ran as a trustee because the township had lost its way. It was mired in infighting, community outrage, lots of issues with an unhappy workforce filled with union grievances, and frankly, living near Maple and Telegraph, we almost lost our main northwest corner to a 4-story storage facility. When the state stepped in 2019 and intervened and put Bloomfield Township on a corrective action plan due to inadequate financing of certain programs, as a trustee, I saw there was a chance that we together could be the catalyst for bringing honor, prosperity, and identity back to the township. And this is a township I've lived in my entire life, and that was something that I felt I could do. This community put their trust in me to get us out of the darkness and back into the light. But together, this board helped turn the township around completely. And although there were more plans for improvement and growth in the third term, I proudly leave this township in the best shape it's been since 2009. With a complete overhaul of budgeting, bringing technology upgrades, giving leadership a chance to actually revamp departments based on today's needs, not those of the 50s and 60s, no drama or fighting at the board level for almost 4 complete years, and working with developers to bring new ideas that actually focused on businesses that benefit the community together, such as an Olympic Training Center, tea times, and other items that help. But most importantly, leaving a strategic plan to hold this township accountable to the residents. We had 4 straight years of surpluses, brought back all the services. We received millions in grants from our friends at the county, state, and federal level. We renewed staffing to pre-2009 levels. We've had absolutely no grievances from active employees for 3 years. That's substantial, since that has never happened for 1, let alone 3. We received, actually personally received a review from the fire department of over a 90% approval rating, and supported and invested in our police department, all of which led to employees staying long past their retirement dates. And Bloomfield Township is now once again a leader among the metro area in reinventing and reimagining local government. We are again the gold standard. I'm so thankful to have worked with so many wonderful and talented people, internally and externally. We completed a strategic plan that's already gathering national attention, and it holds the board accountable to the community. And I'm extremely excited to see many of our new development projects come together. I'm excited to see those places on the map, and there's so much for this community and this board to be proud of here in Bloomfield Township. After 8 years of being on this board, I'm transitioning now from supervisor back to resident, and I look forward to seeing this township continue to thrive on the path of growth and prosperity that we as a board have built together. Thank you to everyone I met along the way that made the last 8 years so memorable. I thank you for your trust, your kindness, and your friendship, and your shared love of Bloomfield Township. I know our paths will cross with many of you again, so this isn't goodbye, but simply till we meet again.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I didn't know you guys were going to make speeches, so this is our last meeting as this board, my first board for 4 years. And I just wanted to say thank you to Trustee Faki for coming on with me. We learned and we grew together, and she served us on the board and on the zoning board, and Dani for her 8 years. And the board, the reason I got involved in the board was because of the contentious demeanor of our previous board, and feeling that we weren't being as open and, as transparent to the residents. I think we've come a long, long way. I'm so proud to have been a member of this board with all of you, and we will have a new board at the next meeting. But I hope that we can continue to move the township forward and work as a group and stay with a pleasant demeanor on the board. And there's always room for more growth. And I wish you both well.
Thank you. I do just want to add, actually, I would be remiss if I did not thank the behind-the-scenes people, Sean, Tom, and Lee, who's over at the cable station, for always helping our meetings run so smoothly and making us look good on YouTube.
And just one more thing, again, being one of the newest member on this board, I was welcomed with open arms from everybody on this board. Again, Trustee Faki helped get me up to speed on a lot of things. Supervisor Walsh was always there and open door, and whenever I had a question or an issue, was always there, willing to help me and guide me. So I very much appreciate you guys and appreciate your tenure and everything you've done for the township. You do put the love of the township ahead of a lot of your own personal gains a lot of time. So I do appreciate that. I wish you guys the best in your future endeavors. Wish you luck. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. So I've been thinking a lot about this as we were getting closer to this. Dani, we were elected together in 2016. We came on board as both the youngest board members and the first to join without prior township board service. So we were both a little lost at the beginning. We worked together and bonded over learning the budget and township operations. In fact, I remember early in our first term, you came over to my house and we were going over the budget.
Spread out all over.
And then we ended up talking for hours, like philosophy and religion, and so it was a good night. So during our first term, we didn't always vote the same, but when we didn't, we always disagreed respectfully and had productive discussions. That relationship changed last year when I joined the administration and got to work alongside of you. And watching you every day reinforced for me just how hard you work each and every day with a huge heart and with the residents' best interests at the forefront of your mind. You are so dedicated to this township. It was not uncommon for me to get emails from you at all hours of the day and night, and on Fridays and weekends when people think we don't work. You are a good friend and wife, a dutiful administrator, a thoughtful advisor, and a caring leader. You approach each task with your indefatigable spirit, always good cheer, and with a hearty laugh. Your passion for public service is evident to everyone who interacts with you. You could feel good about your accomplishments, several of which we saw tonight, like the training center and the strategic plan, which we previously approved. So I thank you. I applaud you for your 8 years of selfless service to the township. So
That
thank
was
you.
really nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And you know what, the one thing we missed? She broke the glass ceiling. First ever female supervisor in Bloomfield Township.
Appreciate it. It was great working.
No, and thank you very much, Stephanie and Dani, for everything that you've given back to the township. As you know, we all know it's a lot of work, a lot of time commitment, and certainly both of you have been a pleasure to work with. And Dani, thank you for, well, it's been 8 years together on the board, and certainly have always enjoyed being with you, even whether we agreed or disagreed. It's never disagreeable, and which is very important. And you've brought that in the last 4 years as the supervisor, getting a group that worked well together. And I wish you both very much good luck and good things in the future for both of you.
So I can say, public service is really important, and getting good people to stand up and do it is sometimes even harder. And thank you both for standing up to be public service for Bloomfield Township. Some say it's a thankless task, but as exhibited tonight, it's not always a thankless task. So thank you both for the work that you did, and I know that the community that you both love so obviously so much thanks you too.
Thank you. So with that, we have one final motion.
I move we adjourn.
Motion by Clerk Brook.
Support.
Support by Trustee Barnett. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's the end.